So your dream would be to go back to pre-Zionist Israel, the way Jews were living in all these cities. I myself a normal Palestine. I lived 7 generations from Palestine. I want to go back there. I didn't want to live in the Zionist regime. My whole family grew up like tens of thousands of Jewish people have run out since the creation of the state. I want to go back. It's in my country, but I'm not Palestinian government. The land should go back from the Palestinians from the Nile to the sea. And I want to be there as a Jewish Palestinian. Yeah. Let me sound this word out. Get ready. These words the past. Get ready. Get ready. Get fun. Let's make these words the past. Think about it. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Everybody know that. They left their Robin and her face at different. I am worried that this is Israel's final solution for the Palestinians. We're here with Hesperian. What's on your mind? Right now, what's on my mind is the Israeli ground operation in Gaza City, which is expected to be the final part of Israel occupying Gaza. I know that's a heavy thing to be thinking about right now, but final solution. Well, I am worried that this is Israel's final solution for the Palestinians, and it pretty much disgusts me that the United States government is aiding and abetting it, taking taxpayer money from our people, and essentially supporting something that persecutes people, slaughters them, and steals their land. So that's what I'm thinking about. You're Armenian, right? Yeah. And you guys have experienced the genocide. Is what's happening in genocide? What's happening is a genocide. If you compare photos to the starving Palestinians today, they're very reminiscent, very similar to the images of Armenian children as the genocide was happening in the early 1900s. How can we stop it? The only way to stop it is if the American people rise up, refuse to vote for any politician who takes money from the Israel lobby, not just AIPAC. The Israel lobby consists of other lobbying groups as well. Doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. If you don't serve our country and instead take our resources to carry out atrocities of connect a lot of dots between. Hey, you're gonna be world famous. This is me, oil guys. Right online. Takes care of food poisoning. Yeah, and we don't know about it. Okay, so you can put it through drops of the Does the President of the United States fear for his life? Yes. Yes, I mean, obviously he fears for his life, and I was told that he feared for his life before the 2 assassination attempts, one coming within a millimeter of striking his head. I mean, let's not forget about that. I mean, just to clarify, he doesn't fear for his life because of Ireland. I mean, I've been told, yes, that Israel is a major source of concern for Trump. I mean, think about it. This is our honest. If he suspended arms to a country that carries out assassinations across the globe, that specializes in assassinations, that has an entire wing of its intelligence services that conducts assassinations, including with household goods like pagers, would you not be scared?
Trump is scared. I knew it was going to say that we did this being attacked because they almost did the talks about not the topic. Never happened. Yeah, honestly, I have no words to express our relationship on such a. If you could describe it in one word, what would happen? It's just that's what they call beautiful betrayal. We were betrayed. When we are we're hating with
Tempers flared at the prestigious National Press Club in Washington, D.C. You have gone there and radically left Mr. King's shoe was in your order to don't you say things that are on face? A pro-Israeli advocate knocked a camera out of the hands of Alison Weir, president of the Council for the National Interest Foundation. The group just finished their press conference on what they call unjustifiable U.S. aid to Israel. The two sides met when the press club scheduled a pro-Israeli news conference to follow, held in the same room. The altercation illustrates heightened tensions on different views regarding America's relationship with Israel. The Council for the National Interest Foundation wants Americans to know how much of their tax dollars are going to Israel. $3 trillion. That's including a massive amount of direct money to Israel, then a lot of hidden costs. CNIF alleges Israel receives so much aid and special treatment because the U.S. Congress is controlled by AIPAC, America's pro-Israeli lobby. Executive Director Philip Girardi says Israel spends a lot of money on U.S. elections.
There are many Israeli PACs, and they do give a lot of money very selectively to congressmen that they want to support.
The Council for the National Interest Foundation says many members of Congress fear if they don't always side with Israel, that they will face retaliation in their own re-election campaigns.
If a congressman crosses the Israel lobby by voting against aid for Israel or voting against some legislation that Israel favors, they very often will find that the next time they're running for office, there will be a candidate put up against them who is very well funded.
Giraldi is a former CIA counterterrorism expert. He questions why America gives aid to Israel when Israel conducts more espionage for profit against the U.S. than any other U.S.-friendly country.
They steal military technology. They steal information that is useful for telecommunications.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel Karen Kotowski works at the Pentagon and says Israel receives preferential treatment. We do not question what the Israelis want. Kotowski believes America is beginning to take more interest in U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, in large part due to tough economic times. More and more Americans want to know where their hard-earned tax dollars are going and why. Rhonda Pence, Press TV, Washington. Tempers flared at the prestigious National Press Club in Washington, D.C.
You have gone there and the radical leftist campaign shoe was in your order to don't you say things that are on face?
A pro-Israeli advocate knocked a camera out of the hands of Alison Weir, president of the Council for the National Interest Foundation. The group just finished their press conference on what they call unjustifiable U.S. aid to Israel. The two sides met when the press club scheduled a pro-Israeli news conference to follow, held in the same room. The altercation illustrates heightened tensions on differing views regarding America's relationship with Israel. The Council for the National Interest Foundation wants Americans to know how much of their tax dollars are going to Israel. $3 trillion. That's including a massive amount of direct money to Israel, then a lot of hidden costs. CNIF alleges Israel receives so much aid and special treatment because the U.S. Congress is controlled by AIPAC, America's pro-Israeli lobby. Executive Director Philip Girardi said Israel spends a lot of money on U.S. elections.
The Israeli tax, and they do give a lot of money very selectively to congressmen that they want to support.
The Council for the National Interest Foundation says many members of Congress fear if they don't always side with Israel, that they will face retaliation in their own re-election campaigns.
If a congressman crosses the Israel lobby by voting against aid for Israel or voting against some legislation that Israel favors, they very often will find that they're running for office, there will be a candidate against them who is very well funded
Giraldi is a former CIA counterterrorism expert. He questions why America gives aid to Israel when Israel conducts more espionage for profit against the U.S. than any other U.S.-friendly country.
They steal military technology. Israeli hard-right government.
Tempered.
As a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this. They're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Well, honestly, to me, this is breaking news. Donald Trump just posted this right here, this photo of him in front of an American flag. Simple as up with God. I'm going to come together. If I never said honest, and that's based on the fact that I've been watching. Honestly, it's business. And church owners, they have an explaining to me what to do. And it's a good question. So, it's not that they never bring it. Now they're going to it's right. And the guy on the section is a man here. It's a black one. Because it's a black one. And now it is now and there is a right and there's Epstein is a son of a that's all I have. And now this past that first turn of rain people through that deal. And everybody got about and then crazy friends now right in the day. So it's a nightmare. It's a because my enemies want to put me in prison. We know they're child molesters and build the border open and everything. We know they're bad. And then now, it's this big thing. All I can say is Trump wrote in on the populist wave. And populists were everywhere, so we should not put all our eggs in a basket. I'm also trying to decide, okay, go with the rest of the House. Trump needs to indict them for Crossfire Hurricane. He needs to release the Epstein files. He needs to stop. 1, 2, 3 of us. Bill Brook, 4, we filed for that. And then there's a trading young. With it. So 5 of us. If we die before the path, then it'll bubble and we work the formal play with it. So those 4 signs in the 5th grade was the call out. And then here's 3 dollars. So 5.
There's such a delay on YouTube. And I'm working on it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't tell me. You didn't tell me how to make it. I don't know how to make it. Well, I do know how to make it. I just don't. It's 5 a.m. right now. I'm not gonna start making money. I want to make some Just gimme. Just gimme. Just a little. No. Just. Wait, really? Yo, Majoinga boy. Majoinga boy, what's up? What website? No, what? How you been, Majoinga boy? I used to ask this guy for money. And he got really mad at me. But then it seems like he has a website. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not scamming people. I'm not making a coin. I'm not making a coin. I know it's easy money. It'd be very easy to get someone to buy a coin. But I'm not gonna do that. That's so mean. If I'm gonna give someone if people are gonna buy stuff, like they're gonna get something out of it, you know? Because if I were to do that, if I were to make a coin and then rug pull them and take all their money, then they'd never buy crap from me again. Okay, bye. Bro, that was his master plan, dude. Yeah, I'd be like that. It really do be like that. It really do be like that. Now I got 3. Wait, 2. Gernot has definitely scammed some fucking people. He's definitely gotten some people. And he's gotten them good. Dude, it was so funny. He was like, he was like, start making money. I said, give me money. He said, fucker, I just told you how to make it. I said, just give me just a little. And then all caps, fucker, start streaming on the website, fucking website I sent you. I said, really? And then he just told me to rug pull. I'm so dead. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm getting chocolate. I'm getting chocolate. You know what? Yeah, never mind. This work. Wait a second. Is this a tiny phone? No. Yeah, wait a second. You live stream on it? I don't know. It's just kind of sus. But maybe I'm a hater. I guess that is how you get someone to buy a coin. Oh. Where's my fucking phone? I'm just gonna edit. I don't know what else to do. Are you voting for Conor McGregor for president? I would. I don't even care what political stance he is. Maybe. Do you think he's gonna win? Or do you think he's cooked? What was I up to yesterday? I think I mostly fucking slept and edited. Oh, and dude, I think I found a way to get I don't know if I told you, but my phone, I forgot my password to my phone, lost a bunch of footage, but I think I found my password. I think I found my password. Or I don't think I found my password. I think I found a way to reset my password, which is why I'm going to check my email. Apple is making it really complicated. Damn. That's crazy. That'd be crazy, bro. That'd actually be nuts. It's like Mike Tyson winning. Well, no. What about you? What did you do yesterday? Whatever. Dude, why is the delay so bad? No. I did a deep cleaning a while back. But I already kind of. No. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that messy. I can clean it up pretty fast. He's a bot. He's a stupid idiot. He's a soulless. Soulless, whatever. I don't even know what to call him. Soulless clanker.
You rather date a girl with a flirty personality, so every guy she meets, it's right on the line of flirting. And like, hey, what the fuck? Like, why are you flirting with that guy? It's like, oh no, I was just being friendly. And then everyone around you makes it feel like you're tweaking, but you just live in this constant state of suffering. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like basically flirting, but it's not quite there, so you don't really have grounds to be upset. Or you're stuck in a relationship with a girl who only has sex with you once every 3 months. And every time you try, she's like, I'm not in. And then so once every 3 months, when you finally get to have sex, you bust in 20 seconds because it's been so long. And then she constantly tells you that you're horrible at sex. And that's part of the reason. Just gonna let you know what you set up on my face. Take my out the window.
I've been enjoying some free time. The writing project has been put on hold. The problem, I have an asthma to build. Unfortunately, I found a very small part of building them. Most of the excavated rock is still thought to be abused due to being exposed. Some smaller pieces were cast down to take the troops been here for this to which I need more. It's still starting to get concerned like a rig. Therefore, I all the construction site. I'm ready to go back and ask the builders if I can take some. There's a great look at all these blocks. They're everywhere. I'm gonna take some. That's a fact. That big full project is
Do you know how a cat actually works on the inside? Cats have 6 major organs that work together inside their bodies. This is where cats produce all their vocalizations. 2 sound engineers work around the clock, constantly adjusting pitch, volume, and tone based on real-time external conditions to create just the right meow. Down below is the purr generator. One operator manually turns a crank, rotating the gear system to produce that signature cat purring sound. Upstairs, you'll find the object dropping lab. 4 engineers work non-stop, testing everyday items by dropping them from various heights. They analyze the impact, noise level, and reaction value, find the perfect speed, angle, and force for maximum effect. This department is dedicated to solving the biggest challenge in feline history, catching that red dot. Nobody really understands what triggers this room. Operators stand ready to hit the red button at any moment, sending the cat into sprint mode. But the stop mechanism, that is just as much of a mystery. The most mysterious room. No one knows what goes on in here. Scientists think it might be a black hole, a portal to another dimension. Do you know how a cat acts?
30,000 people followed me because I posted about Charlie Kirk and said that Jesus Christ is Lord. Good. I don't want you to follow me. You like my music? I don't want you to come to my shows. I don't want you to do any of that if you only does one thing, and that is follow Jesus Christ, the King of all kings, the Lord of all lords, the one who is and one who is to come. He's coming back real soon. So if you have not gotten your heart right with him and dropped down. Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel on. Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel on October 7th? Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel on October 7th? Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel on October 7th?
Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel? Wait, the UN just released a report stating who attacked Israel on October 7th? Roblox will no longer be a registered website in the United States starting September 31st. It has come to my attention that there are too many weird niggas on Facebook. So then I'm thinking about it from Israel's perspective. Thinking, first of all, without lying to me, that's context, it kind of doesn't make any sense. Because Charlie Kirk is the pro-Zionist guy, he is the pro-Israel guy, he believes that he's not that. So to say he's going to kill him, that genuinely doesn't make any sense. But then when you think of it as, what if he was helping in that direction? What if they were listening into him? He was in communication with people saying, "Man, I think we go in this direction." And they knew his intentions or saw this pattern. Suddenly, it's like, okay, here's this pro-Zionist guy. Because he big outfit platform that they felt, by the way, the day that Charlie has, thanks to them. So if he's going to take what they gave them and turn it against them, that could literally destroy Israel because the people they're most concerned about, they're bringing over all these under 30 people they are training. They're very concerned about the youth perception of Israel. Charlie is the dude when it comes to Israel. He is such a powerful component of their apparatus. And so they think like, all right, let's let it turn. And that's just like totally unacceptable. And if he starts to turn, if we take him out then we'll be blamed. So, you take him out for the effort, he turns. And then he's designed smarter, and maybe put it on the Palestinian, and you get more anti-Semitism stuff, and you unify the right, they stop criticizing your guy, anymore. I don't know, man. So again, Israel was never my top suspect until, spent 24 hours thinking about it. I'm like, it's not unreasonable. It's not out of question in terms of would Israel do this. And I mean, it's like, again, I said, they've done this for us for years when I started this conversation. So, it's like, it's in their wheelhouse. And if nothing else, it just shows how much they needed Charlie Kirk, because man, nobody's going to be defending them anymore, and their reputation was
dominant assassin was an Islamist.
Actually, he was a white American from Utah.
Well, we're working on his killer's manifesto right now. Finding, not writing. Look at that, we already have it. Israel bad, Qatar good. I love jihad and Hamas. Civil war now. I mean, these are the type of people Charlie and I were fighting. Look at this. Netanyahu was a war criminal. His wife is gorgeous. I mean, this is all demonic and full of lies. You really can't make this stuff up on the spot right now. It's important to remember the family. You should donate to them. The family of Rabbi Shmuley, as he is most affected by this. I'll put a link in the description. In peace to Charlie.
We're going to build the first ever airplane powered go-kart. Previously, we got this airplane engine running. And against our better judgments, we're going to install it on this go-kart, see if we can get scooting. This is a 1990s Herth 2703 two-stroke ultralight airplane engine, and it is going to absolutely fly. Our guess is that we're not going to have very much torque on this cart, but should have a pretty decent top speed. If you can chop her head off. If you're not nervous for us already, you should be. Against our better judgment, we're going to be building a wooden frame to hold this engine. We got some nice sturdy frame rails here. So we're essentially going to build a box tall enough for the prop to have clearance and mount the whole thing on top of that box.
Strike a bear. Strike another bear. 3 bears. 4 bears. 5 bears. 6 bears. 7 bears. 8 bears. Strike a bear. Two. Strike a bear.
It's you. Out loud if it goes out in the end. I'm cursing out of the study and the guy that would recognize the come out.
It's like a
The view is so great. Look at that. Oh my God.
I was just listening to the Tim Dillon podcast, and he's interviewing Max Blumenthal, and oh my god, I'm just gonna play it for you.
Does the President of the United States
Feet owning an angry cat part 2 really profound. Let's just say owning an angry cat involves a lot of treats to get the pets off. I'd suggest the party mix. This thing is laughing us wild. With owning an angry cat, you got to give it a good name, like Sir Pounce. You can't beat Sir Pounce. Hey, let's let go. Let's let go. Who's coming up with Sir Pounce as a name? With owning an angry cat comes the need for some catnip. I recommend a daily dose, or however much he prefers. Whatever he says goes. Or bad things happen. And if you take it away from him, no, growl. Right on cue. Hey, I took it away. Okay. Surrounds fine. Hey, thank you. With the daily dose might come an addiction. Oh,
I can't believe we're getting a Super Mario Bros. Movie 2. Guys, if this was somehow better than this, then it would have to be Super Mario Galaxy. Wait. Did you
So I actually walked through the spider's web yesterday, but he rebuilt it. Since then, not like this.
Yeah. Good luck, soldier.
So somebody sent me this. Higher purpose. I think he was killed while he was unconscious at the table like this, espousing opinions, and he was killed for it. Charlie shot it down because he was starting to feel uneasy about the Israeli propaganda in Washington and demanded more space to criticize it. About a month ago, in an interview with David Kelly, he says he has less ability to criticize the Israeli government than actual Israelis do. And in a private meeting with Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk brought up concerns about going to war on Israel's behalf. And Trump barked at him, leading to quite the interaction.
So just because I didn't want to support Charlie Squirt, you all are gonna. There's a new season of Black Mirror. Probably came out, a few years ago. But I watched it and I'm watching it now. There's an entire episode called Vente Noir that is dedicated to the way women gaslight and bully Black people, more specifically Black women. This white woman in the episode is literally going after her classmates who were Black from high school, showing up into their lives, estranging them from everyone. She's using some sort of powers or something like that to essentially gaslight the fuck out of them, make them feel like they're going insane, and Mandela affecting their entire life, like literally changing things in real time and making Black women seem like they're crazy. It's making me very sick to my stomach. What makes it even worse, when those Black women catch on to what she's doing, she'll do it like for example, in the episode, they look at this white woman goes into the office fridge, drinks another coworker's, then blames it on the Black woman. All of this is in view of the woman. So just because I didn't want to support Charlie Squirt, you all are going to call up Lassiter High School and send them emails and get me fired from Lassiter? I don't understand. I don't get it. I was doing what I was following your example. This is what Republicans do. I was trying to be like, I wanted to join your ranks. And you're going to get me fired from Lassiter High School? What am I going to tell my kids? What am I supposed to tell my kids? I don't even know what to do. So just because I didn't want to support.
Yeah, it's a cat. It's a Bengal.
It's a Bengal, but
Yeah. Yeah. I think they had once.
I've never seen them like that.
I got family reason, so yeah, he's mine though.
That wasn't a very good guy.
Oh, they're my brother Bennett.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, you can Google it. Like I'm super like working cats.
You are? But you can like other words.
I've had him in the room with Kennedy. Store. I have video proof of that.
You gotta get the color, the kind of color.
Yeah, so there's like the basic color, and then there's like white ones, silver ones, black ones, like gray ones, blonde ones. There's like different kind of colors. So.
I do the fluffy French, my great fluffy French ants. That's what I got.
Oh, so you got? Oh, okay.
Because I like things that are like kind of like
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So where's your Instagram?
Yeah, it's called Foreign Bengals. So you got some people following me already. Yeah.
I've never seen.
I am Chief Warrant Officer 2, Duncan J. Searcy. The intended audience for this video is Congress, acting whistleblower status in accordance with Title 10, U.S. Code 1030. I understand that making this video in my uniform is a very serious decision. For the past 4 years, I've tried to rectify my situation the correct way through my chain of command. I've submitted an Inspector General complaint, attempted resolution through my Congressman, Curtis Owens. I've lost faith in my entire chain of command, including Adjutant General Boyack, who has lied on an official memorandum sent to my Congressman. My Commander-in-Chief, Governor Cox, who signed off on the COVID-19 policies in 2021 for which my career is being destroyed, currently stands accused of election interference by his opponent, Phil Lyman. This video is not intended to be insubordinate, but I am
accountability from my leaders. I joined the military in 2017 and became an Apache pilot for the Utah Army National Guard. I deployed with my unit to Afghanistan in 2020. Shortly after returning home, the soldiers in the military were ordered to take away emergency use authorization COVID-19 vaccine. As mandating experimental treatments goes against Title 10 U.S. Code 1107, I simply refused the order. They attempted coercion, bribery, and threats to try to get me to take it. In April of 2021, I was grounded and no longer allowed to fly. Also refused to participate in the UA COVID-19 testing, so then they shut off my pay and took away my benefits. I had to miss my civilian employment and drove with my unit with no pay on multiple occasions as ordered by Colonel Louis Vasquez, which caused me even greater financial hardship. I defaulted on my military retirement because I no longer had the funds to pay what I owed. I was forced to drop out of my local university where I was studying to become a pilot for the airlines because they turned off my educational benefits. Around this time, I was also going through a devastating separation and divorce with my spouse. My mental health and finances were a mess, and I was forced to move myself and my two small children into my parents' basement, where we still reside today. At a time when I needed my brotherhood for support, I was ostracized, labeled, and discarded. And no, I'm not starting a GoFundMe. My pride doesn't allow for me to accept charity. I will make my own way. What I want is a pound of flesh. I want accountability. The vaccine mandate for military members was correctly rescinded, and because they could no longer kick me out of the military for that, they shifted their focus to kick me out for mental health issues instead. But my individual situation within the military is just a small symptom of a big sickness that affects all of us. We are currently ruled by a cabal, a ruling class that consists of greedy executives, woke generals, corrupt politicians, and satanic celebrities. Tesla! I'm in my door ring and I'm just laying at my bed. My feet is at the headboard. My head is at the end of the bed. And I'm just sitting there and I'm just staring at the ceiling. And I said a simple prayer. I said, Lord, I know if I die tonight, I got a free ticket in my pocket to hell. But the only way I'm going to serve you, Lord, is if you show me that you're real. Because my mom says you're real, dad says you're real, my pastor back home says you're real. Everybody in my family pretty much serves you, Lord. But I need you to show yourself to me. Because I knew if I became a Christian, I was going to have to give up the homosexuality, the fornication, the sinful lifestyle. But why would I give these things up for a fake God? And so I said, Lord, I'm not going to do it unless you reveal yourself to me. And then I'll give my lifestyle up. And so a few days later, after I say that prayer, I go and hang out with one of my friends at that time. And this specific day, I had on a crop top, a jean jacket, silk pants, and white acrylic toenails. So like I said, I was in that lifestyle going down that transgenderist path. But this is a few days after I had said that prayer to the Lord. And after I said that prayer, I pretty much just, I didn't, it wasn't a big deal for me. I just said it out of desperation, out of like, man, I'm lost right now. I need you, Jesus. But I didn't even know Jesus was real for real. So I just said it, went back to sleep, just went on with my day. But God took it serious. I'm hanging out with this friend at the time. And like that day, I'm fully dressed like me. And that place I was at, myself. So what's your name? I switched to the presence. I didn't. What's wrong? I'm trying to pass the sun. Spirit just took me and I literally did their my hands like this. And I said, Lord, back on sexuality. I'm so going to be on the simple lifestyle. That's just I just and that night in February of 2020, I gave my life to Jesus. Lord, let's just come.
Like, just create a computer. Or it'll just come right to me, just a computer. Are just raters. Did great. It's the people go to these college campuses and play the languages. And ultimately, that's why it's to be itself. They think of him as on his defense, Christian Brown, Charlie Kirk cannot call us. Sorry, you forfeited. I have done 1 year and you cannot allow to go to one more public event. One more question and answer, one more ask me anything without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way, talking about, oh, God made me very blessed that I control $500 million. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so rich and I'm so blessed. And oh, God's been so good to me. I'm such a Christian. Oh, the Lord gave me the Sabbath. I take Saturday off. You sit there and call yourself a Christian and then you make excuses for the genocide of 2 million people? Seriously, you stand there and purport to be an evangelist like Billy Graham? Oh, you're the latest Billy Graham? You're our generation's Pericus pastor? Why? Because you said the right words? Because you said, God bless, God bless. God bless, my friend. Oh, I rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus. And then you go around from campus to campus making excuses for a famine? We had our disagreements. How many years of my life have I spent watching Zootopia? It's a valid question that's been posed by many, and today I am setting out to find the answer. In order to properly calculate this percentage point, we have to take the amount of hours I have spent watching Zootopia and then divide it by the amount of hours I've lived. First, let's find the amount of hours I've lived. Starting off with the amount of hours I've lived, I managed to figure out that I am 24 years, 8 weeks, and 3 days old. Monk status. I then took that age and calculated days from it and found out that I am 8,825 days old. I then multiplied that by 24 to find out that I am 211,800 hours old. Wow. We will now calculate how many hours I have spent watching Zootopia. Buckle in. Since the movie's release on March 4th, 2016, I have watched the movie approximately 9,843 times, not including the times that I stopped in the middle or did not watch all the way through credits. Zootopia is 1 hour and 48 minutes long, and turning that into a decimal, that is 1.8 hours. Taking that number and multiplying it by our original number, we get 17,717.4 hours spent watching Zootopia. Now for the review. Taking the amount of hours that I have spent watching Zootopia and then dividing it by the amount of hours old I am, we get, please, 8.37%. That is roughly equivalent to 738 days spent watching Zootopia. Actually don't even know what to say. I don't care if I am cast as Nick Wilde or Chief Bogo or Mayor Lionheart or Professor Bellwether or a sexy dancing tiger or the giant donut that almost crushes Judy in that one scene. I don't care if I am cast as someone's left toe. What do I have to give to be in this musical? Who do I have to talk to? Where do I have to go? How many years of my life have I spent watching Zootopia? It's a valid question that has been posed by many, and today I am setting out to find the answer. We're making history, mate. We're making history. We're making history. It's a great Britain is alive. This Britain has come from the United States. None of this would have happened with Elon Musk or Donald Trump. We thank you, America. Okay? We thank you. You give us hope.
Hope is contagious. It is rising. Just getting started. This is the counter revolution. There's been a globalist revolution for 20 years. We are the counter revolution. It's not going anywhere. Everyone's on top of it. We're making history, mate. Right here, you've been doing great so far. Just some.
Can I share with y'all something that I'm convicted of it? So for the longest time, I always felt the way I felt that I was guilty of. I didn't want to lose followers, you know. I didn't want to lose. I have some cool ass followers. I have some cool ass musicians and stuff who I didn't want to risk being too edgy or something. I don't want them to unfollow me. Like I don't want them to see who I am. I guess that's what convicts me. So I'm a piece of shit. I'm a coward. I am a coward a lot.
These are pro-Trump. I guess they're based. Now, if they support Trump, it means Trump isn't. Fucking retard. If all the Jews go to Trump's side, that doesn't mean that the Jews became based. It means Trump became gay. Obviously, but so many of you really thought the reverse. Fucking dumb idiots. All the Jews are pro-Trump. I guess. Second is Balco.
Israel was somehow implicated in 9/11. It was in their interests for that to happen because then it would lead to rage against all their enemies in the Middle East and so on. But do you tackle that kind of conspiracy theory in the series?
Mention Netanyahu on camera right after such a good thing. Because it brings the United States into a conflict that we've been involved in on an existential level for decades. We said that out loud. I'm not guessing you can pull the tape.
Netanyahu, who once commented that 9/11 was good for Israel.
When it comes to Israelis celebrating 9/11, I remember Netanyahu on 2 different occasions said some positive things about what happened on 9/11. For the Israelis, of course.
He said to the New York Times in an interview on September 11th, it's very good.
We know that a group of Israeli art students, who clearly were not art students, clearly some of them were aligned with Israeli intelligence, were arrested and held for quite some time in the United States before being released without charges. And we know that a group of them, again, I'm quoting an FBI document here, not the internet, filmed the attacks on 9/11, and I'm quoting, seemed to have foreknowledge of those attacks.
It began when this woman was watching the Twin Towers burning from her apartment in New Jersey. She noticed 3 men on top of a van, posing for pictures with the towers burning in the background.
It's dirty politics. It's dirty politics.
A catty mayoral race is brewing in Somerville. Literally.
It's a very hot race. A lot of
These feisty felines are campaigning for the imaginary office of Bike Path Mayor. But it seems one candidate has a very real enemy.
So yeah, the original race, and we have photo evidence still in the circle Discord, was Orange Cat versus Barry, who's the incumbent. I see Barry all the time. I see Orange Cat almost as much. And then other candidates started coming in, and then Barry's sign was stolen.
But now Barry is back with her promise to make cats outside again. Owner Mallory Bissett telling us how this whole thing started.
We wanted to make sure that people knew that she had owners and that she was well taken care of and loved and that she wasn't just a random cat roaming around. And we wanted other people in the community to come out and make signs for their pets.
It's become a competitive and creative field. Freya is running as a member of the Calm Meownist Party. Orange Cat is with the Catalyst Party, and Claudius is representing the Indoor Cat Party.
I think there's a lot of humor in it, but there's also a lot of straightforward communication, and I think it's simply meow voice.
A dog duo has also put their paw in the fight.
You know, the more diversity we have in the political race, I think that's good for everyone.
And more candidates could try to claw their way to the top.
I have a cat, actually have two cats, and I was thinking of how do I get a sign up for my cats?
Unsurprisingly, voters have questions.
And I want to know, like Minerva the cat, what is her stake on crime? Is she for crime? Is she against it?
Now, there is a QR code on one of the signs where you can cast your vote. It says that voting ends September 5th, which is also the last day to register to vote here in Somerville.
It's the dirty politics. It's dirty politics.
A cat, you think?
Peter Thiel, the FBI informant and CIA contractor, Elon Musk, the defense contractor and PayPal mafia member with Peter Thiel, close confidant of David Sachs, and JD Vance, brokered the David Sachs fundraiser with Silicon Valley and Trump, mentored by Peter Thiel, mentored by David Frum, who worked for Bill Kristol with Tucker Carlson. Thiel, Musk, and Tucker lobbied Trump to pick Vance, and they said, if you don't, the CIA will kill you. Who's the CIA? Who does the CIA, NSA, FBI, DHS, who do they all contact with? Palantir, founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Montecchio is the first choose. You have to percent. So there are no visible and provide them with basic recognition technology to support up to health gains. JD Vance, the funding Tommy Levine in his first interview said, I ran claims to be it's the institute that said it's always real stand up. Aaron first. Interview Vance 46 times of the show. Vance hired this. Vance is not rich network. Just the squatting play of 1989 capital founded on Totally for the Junkers there. Mostly great Junkers messages. Not just sponsored from celebrating. What's your supposed to be still on my Junker? Zero out of that. Mary's dad. Save a little public to me. And assassinated. Maybe just to have. So it's very fluffy Junker stuff. Great Junkers messages. I just want to say, facial surgery. Face surgery. I have transitions. So stand like I would be. For those people that cannot define what a female is, realize that you're part of the problem. Okay, female is someone who was born a female with X chromosomes and can have babies and can give birth and so on and so forth. And for the idiots out there that say that some men can have babies because they're trans men, well, that's because they're a biological woman. So let's stop all the nonsense and stop all of them. I don't care about pronouns. My biological name and my legal name is David. Name I like and prefer to use is Naviana, so feel free to call me that. Ask me any questions you want, I'll answer them. Bye. Okay, keep up. I am a 47-year-old biological man. I have been on hormones for a year, a little over a year. I just had my boobs done. I've had one facial surgery. I am not going to have bottom surgery. I'm going to have one more face surgery on the bottom of my chin. I am transitioning.
Y'all really can't stop me when I'm in my flow. All right, I'd first like to point out these 3 hieroglyphs here. 100 emoji indicating affirmation, validity. What appears to be a puzzle piece, which signifies a solution or a perfect fit, and what appears to be a tsunami wave. The author states flow. So the author appears to be expressing that others have attempted to stop them. And if I look to the imagery here, it appears that others have attempted to blockade their currency earning potential. However, they really can't do this when I'm in my flow. I believe another way to think about the statement would be when I'm finding the perfect solutions or perfectly fitting ingredients. I would like to point out this currency here, which is US dollars. denomination. We appear to have a $20 bill here, another $20, total of 40. And what's most interesting to me here is this $35 bill. This is a currency note that I've never seen before, and I think many would be shocked or even puzzled to see this bill. I believe this imagery just further illustrates the author's point that when they're in their flow, nobody can stop them, and potentially they can earn new and unheard of amounts of money. So referring back to the textology here, notice the author includes a third L in the word y'all, indicating their L's, their losses, the struggles that they have under.
It's flexible with a loss. That's just the requirement.
We have like Chinese soldiers on every corner. And if a black person started spazzing out, they took a sword out and cut his hands off. And he was like, my hands, man, shit. And then they cut his head off. See? And his head went like rolling around. You know, his decapitated body like fell to his knees with his head off. What if that happened? That would be awesome. What if we have like Chinese soldiers on every corner? And if a black person started spazzing out, they took a.
You got me, man. I gotta do some. I gotta do some. Can I ask why you stopped me?
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now. Stop sign.
Hey, what stop sign, man? Got me, man.
Christian churches say, I stand with Israel, and they fly in a cult image, the star of Remphan, in their church. It's the same star that Amos wrote about, that Stephen protested about, and was martyred for. But here's my driver. Now join the 400 Club, right here. Maybe. Hey. No paper Janie Van to go to walk.
Made from Imperial Russia, Russian blue. Becoming one color only. Incredible pale gray color that we refer to as blue. Silver tipping created by a little pocket of air makes them glisten and gleam and shimmer like starlight. Straight planes to the head. Beautiful eye color, intense and green, the color of antique Coca-Cola bottles. Not a brain cell in his head. It's an amazing condition. He is my very best Russian blue, and ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to say, best catch. Breaking news. The new president has been chosen for our country, and here are his first words. What a beautiful, heartfelt speech. What are your thoughts on our new president's message? Breaking news. The new president has been. Breaking news. A highway accident left the owner devastated. We have just one question. How do you feel about this? Breaking news. This cat was mysteriously banned from streaming, and today we got the chance to ask him a few questions. Do you know why you were banned? No? Well, do you have anything to say? This cat was mysterious. Breaking news.
Writing cops during rescue, mugshot blows fire. Behold the best mugshot you've ever seen in your life. So it says in the article, the cat was brought in by a citizen. She then scratched and bit several on-duty officers and got arrested. Here's our suspect in the suspect identification room. The officer wrote online, this cat has been charged with assaulting police officers and is being detained. Please share this post so the owner can come and bail her out. The owner did come forward a day later. The cat's name is Nub Tang, which translates to counting money.
It says the police drafted a police report on behalf of the cat in the cat's voice saying, I was just hungry, I didn't mean to bite anyone. And then it says, noted, signed the police report, and then post from motel. Read these weird stories every week. Give me a follow. Not wearing clothes that are sexy material. That's a sin. Yeah, that's the whole law about it. So it's changed your provider. No, here's what Jesus Christ did. So he said, obviously, in the Old Testament, the old law was for the Israelites at the time. So that God could make them perfect and be their nation. Be like God's example, basically. He tried that but they had failing. So he said, okay, they can't do it. Jesus Christ said, well, they still live in their sins, so I'll come down in human form and die for them and bring a new covenant with them. So I will always forgive their sins if they repent. To be as a new covenant was. So the whole must wash away its filth. Right. I said that all the laws in the Old Testament, 613 Mosaic laws. Filth at its point. I mean, he said, love your neighbor as yourself. Not wearing clothes.
Ladies are just,
There's my welcome home parade.
So my girlfriend though is Colombian. She's like really fine and stuff, but also I'm like, what do I do? What do you do? Is it worth it?
It's a challenge, but I guarantee you Hashem's going to give you something a lot greater besides your lasting searching. Someone who's forged.
Yeah,
And this is love of yourself.
maybe. I love them.
You know what I mean? We understand.
Yeah,
You're a human being.
yeah.
I would say if you did, you'd be clear. So you know, like I said, we're going
And
to
I'm
that.
not in the Holy Land, dog. So my girlfriend though is Colombian. And she's like really fine and stuff, but also I'm like, what do I do?
What do you do?
Is it worth it?
It's a challenge, but I guarantee you Hashem's going to give you something a lot greater besides your lasting searching. Someone who's forged.
Yeah,
And this is love of yourself.
maybe. I love them.
You know what I mean? We understand.
Yeah,
You're a human being.
yeah.
I would say if you did, you'd be clear. So you know, like I said, we're going
And
to
I'm
that.
not in the Holy Land, dog. So my
Here's the day. Kurt and his little brother have been interacting through a barrier for around 4 days now, and big progress has been made. So much so that Kurt's even just loafed up in the same room as the kitten, and so it's time that they meet face to face. Kurt was a little on edge at first, so I tried to calm him down, and he ended up going right back up to the kitten. But this time he was a little bit more curious, and not hissing. The kid ended up playing with one of Kurt's springs, so he wanted to see what was going on. It seemed good at first until this happened. The kitten was just charging after Kurt with his bag arched and just going crazy. He would not stop doing this in 30s. So we can go and see. So he can't do it unless it's eventually Kurt would have been. The kid go in this tunnel, Kurt's falling around. Yeah, he kept charging after Kurt, wouldn't take the lead. Eventually, Kurt did work up a little courage to charge after him. Kurt was being really sweet up. He was watching the kid fall around. He just didn't want the kid too close to him. The kid ended up climbing all the way up this statue, which Kurt has never seen. So this was definitely around that. I did not see anything. It's for the kid who leads up your meeting. Kurt just told me. But Kurt ended up chilling and even dozing off in the same room as the kid. So even though the kid gave him every reason to be scared and attack him. I really hope Kurt comes to the bonus little friend right now. So true. Very close. What's the most picture of us? It's like that she's on my feet. It's your I think you will see John said. Na first we see about the possibility to confront them through this level, just get sex with us. So, if that yeah. So, plus avec une politisation de culture. Intellectuelle. Patience. Regardant près, des indices sautent aux yeux. Son t-shirt est bondé, de profil voit son col très ouvert, dispositif interne, peut-être. Geste côté d'égard. Et celui-là qui actionne le col. Plan par plan, on voit bien que le t-shirt bouge avant l'impact, comme si quelque chose avait été.
I'm shifting. I'm shifting. I'm shifting.
Le sacrifice de Charlie Kirk est un rituel codé.
I built this company with my own two hands. Just me, the computer.
So this is some fucking cathedral that they did in China. Look at this shit. They just fucking moved it. I mean, I know they move stuff. I've seen like videos of like people moving houses down the freeway. Like they have them on a trailer. I don't know why. Like, even though I've seen it, I just kind of don't believe it. It's just crazy to me. Like, you just a whole fucking house or a cathedral like this. I guess like the foundation is just one big thing, cement or something. But yeah, dude, imagine if you like lived far away from something and you're like a billionaire and you're like, just I want to be, close to the fucking gym, dude. I hate this fucking commute. And then you're like, just move my house like over here, and you have like a bunch of people fucking move your house to this empty lot. You're like, I just don't want to buy the lot and fix it up and you build something on it because I like this house, so I want to move this house to that location. And then you just have a bunch of fucking.
What did you do? You killed the babies first. You killed the babies? Yes. You yourself? With Papa. Yeah. He told me to cut babies out. I could help you. Like what, Trump? This is my hand on it up. He put his finger hand on and he pushed my hand in it. Yeah. When we got older, we got more used to it. We understood that when my mom found out about it, she told me that wrong to do this kind of stuff. So then we and I understood that's wrong. And so what's your decision next? Our decision, we had still a lot of fear in our head. But then when we read the tune, it said that fear is the mind killer. So when we heard that, we thought that it was true. It was not real.
Sell CDNA at $25. I can't believe one of these crybabies who literally throw a fit when you're too sick to do a show. Again, you are a human being, not a alarm clock. Meanwhile, play your diet. Children's parts. I eat clean and still get sick. I promise we're not all this dumb. Although the super translated make it seem like it. The white knighting is sickening, dude. Sickening white knighting. Here, King. Here, King. It's okay. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't need your help. Holy pig me. I can't believe all these super chatters expect you to do a show when you're sick. Human being, for Pete's sake. And then they blame your diet. Hell, even I get sick. Thanks, King. Thanks for sticking up for me. You know, you're all right, buddy, dude. The glazing is disgusting. Sell CDNA at $25. I can't believe all of these fun. This real nigga needs a real bitch. This real nigga can't have a fake bitch. Rule number 1, no fake niggas. Rule number 2, no fake bitches. Jonathan North Plaza. Rule number 3, no Jews. This nigga needs a You know what my end game is? I'll tell you. Got nothing to hide. My end game is that I radicalize 100,000 brilliant young American men. And over the next 30 years, they work to get richer, stronger, smarter, and one day they're running the country. That's my goal. Always has been. And so my message to all the young people out there is take the information, get into an elite school, and get influential in politics, and save this country, save our people. You want to know what my end game?
Yo, hey, bro, I'm about to go today, man. $200, man. Is that real?
All those in favor, say aye.
I'm gonna start referring to the Holy Bible as Christian mythology.
Okay. Let's hear it, I guess.
First thing, most Christians don't even realize how much of this religion sits on top of another one. You and Jewish people believe in the same God, Yahweh. You guys just disagree on whether or not Jesus specifically is his son.
Yeah, so what you're failing to understand is that Judaism, the other religion that Christianity is built on, actually calls for a fulfillment of itself. It says that there is a Messiah that will come. So, of course, the true religion that we believe in would be a fulfillment of Judaism.
New Testament. It's basically just a part 2 to the first one, but you guys changed the first one so that the second one made more sense.
No, we actually didn't change the old thing.
What type of haircuts did I get? You already get back of the mind. She's thinking this guy's a fucking pussy. This guy's a fucking pussy. He has no balls. That's exactly what you're thinking. Foundations. Yes, stinking. And that's what that is. Bro, you don't have to ask your woman. I know. Sure, completely out of your mind. Both of you are out of your mind. You're full of shit, is what you are. Both of you. If this is true, then how can you keep this a secret? I mean, why? Why would you go along? Be asking myself that for the rest of my life. So you're saying all this time you were lying about this? I mean, so you're saying you're a liar? You just admitted it. So were you lying then, or are you lying now? Which lie is it? You know what? This bullshit. This is bullshit. Sure, completely out of your. As a baby boy, my opportunity even turns away.
Thank you very much.
Pizza, McDonald's, half pepperoni and half cheese pizza. That's not a cheap. Cool. I do, Mr. Sir. I love you, by the way. So I bet you, no, you haven't met me. It's like a Domino's pizza. Do you want a pizza with good crust? Or do you want a pizza with good crust, good pizza sauce, good cheese? If you get a pizza from Domino's, half pepperoni and half cheese pizza. That's not cheap. Cool. I do, Mr. Sir. I love you, by the way. So I bet you, no, you haven't met me. It's like a Domino's pizza. Do you want a pizza with good crust? Or do you want a pizza with good crust, good pizza sauce, good cheese? If you get a pizza from Domino's, half pepperoni and half cheese pizza. That's not cheap. Cool. I do, Mr. Sir. If you get a pizza from Domino's, half pepperoni and half cheese pizza.
very much. Hey, I do, Mr. Sir. I love you, by the way. So, if I met you, no, you haven't met me. I can help her speak. Do you want to pose it?
You know, dismembered his father. But he could see
Yeah, like I said, $25. Gentlemen, no more child's play. No more asking what you should be doing. You should understand the stakes now. Hone your skills and find your place. They will be able to brush us off as some basement while your head movement. Blessed be the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle.
Oh, who's with me? Gentlemen? All right, gentlemen, no more child's play.
Bro thought he could. Bro, you are not tough.
Trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle. Brother, you are an anonymous super chatter. What are you talking about?
Thank you very much. Next time.
Take some pictures. On that one, but I can see it possibly happening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So when did you decide to be a Nazi? What is wrong with you? You know Elon Musk is like Hitler, right? So when
Where's your date?
I don't have one. Not really talking. Where's your date? I don't have one. Perhaps we can't like me. Yes. Today, I it's all the ways of it. This was a case that you want. I think it and
It's just a word, okay? It just clearly control the media and the banks, investment banks. You know that plane that went viral for leaving Utah at the very exact time that the suspect got away and then disappeared on radar. Well, the owner has come out and gave a statement. This is the plane. He says, Shalane and I join our community. This is a very rich guy from Utah, the CEO of the jet company. He says, our state and our nation is mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, and we pray for his family and loved one during this difficult and tragic time. His death and the way to Kirk was both horrifying and senseless. We pray that the extensive efforts by law enforcement to locate Mr. Kirk's attacker will be swift and successful, as often happened. Unfortunately, in the wake of such terrifying public events, a variety of baseless theories and suspicions around Mr. Kirk's murder immediately took hold on social media, including one that has unfairly impacted our family. To set the record straight, we provide the following fact. Yesterday at approximately 1:20 p.m. Mountain Time, a private aircraft owned by one of our companies with tail N888KG arrived at the Page, Arizona Airport, PGA, at approximately 1:55 p.m. 1:55 local time. Upon arrival, Derek Pass reported N888KG along with 7 additional passengers sent in for the return trip to BVU to 40 p.m. and arrived at BVU at approximately 3:15 p.m. Mountain Time. Radar services with air traffic control were terminated in mutual agreement between Denver FFA Center and N888KG, approximately 10 miles from landing at PGA, which is consistent with generally accepted standard practice when flying in and out of Mount Howard Airport.
by PGA and AAAKG pilots followed all FFA requirements and protocols to our directions at the pre-curve flight. This round trip was made at my request and solely for my purpose. Any suggestion that the flights by NAAAKG yesterday are in any way connected to the tragic shootings of Mr. Kirk is incorrect, false, and without any credible basis of any kind. To our knowledge, no one associated with yesterday's flights by NAAKG have been contacted by law enforcement for any reason. We ask that the focus remain great and support those who have been deeply impacted by this event and on the critical efforts of law enforcement to bring Mr. Kirk's murder to justice. You know that plane that I'm lucky to have found the love of my life. However, she's not where I am in my journey with Christ, and I want to have a marriage centered around Christ, and I want to know what are some of the best ways I can help guide her towards our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ so that we can share a happy future together.
It's a phenomenal question. What is her objection as to why she will not follow Jesus?
She doesn't really know how there can be a higher power when there's so much evil.
So here's what you should say. Evil cannot exist if there is no standard of good. She only knows something is evil because she believes there's a transcendent good. Evil is just an opinion if there is no God. Murder is not wrong if there is no God. Stealing is not wrong if there is no God. So the way fat. What's up with that, bro? God damn.
To go for President Donald.
We're about crying. We're going to dog him. The fucking thing is like
Moments ago, former President Donald Trump revealing his pick for vice president.
People say, how can you be so optimistic when it's raised blood? 90% of our people she's wrong. The money team, I think what I really think they just need to begin to wait for it. Tell you this. I'm so optimistic because everybody is thinking about 90% of our government is being green. And you went to the meeting like 2 years ago that everybody was really being talking about. It's very class, everybody. I paid 5, 6, 6 degree. They're fucking crazy. Here we are. And it's not anything new. This isn't like something that just started happening. This is what they've always done. It's not just since 1948. This is when they're game plan. The entire fucking time they had this same problem. And you can see how they see the sex rates because they were in their hands. Government officials, the same shit, the same shit. 72 ABNC. That's where we're heading. Keeping energy at DNA doesn't prepare for person. Yes, and these two will start having.
Teaching the children how to be a homosexual and they shall they all teach them how to transgender. So that is what California is now a sanctuary state.
Can I ask you a difficult question I've always wanted to ask? Do you believe in the words of the Talmud, or just only some? What about religion?
Judaism is made up of the old world and law. 5 books of Moses on Mount Sinai, literally God gave over the laws, the details of the laws. This was later in the form of the top, but every Jew follows the laws of the Torah. Written in the law, the Torah. The Torah is given a bad because the Zionists extract statements and misconstrued or taken out of context. So the Talmud's misunderstood. 100%. Now the Zionists don't keep the Talmud. They don't keep Moses. They keep the rules of the devil. The rules of the same. Thank you so much. Rabbi, I appreciate it. Can I ask you a difficult question I've always wanted to ask? Do you believe in the wars of the time? How nice is Obama when there was no camera around? What do you feel about Charlie Kirk? He was about 6, 7 years old, and he actually saw the Mighty Ducks. And what's that? Keep going. Anyways, simply when he was about 6, 7 years old, and he actually saw the movie The Mighty Ducks. And what's that?
There was recently a funeral. In remembrance of Charlie Kirk, I have decided that for the next week or so, I'm going to post content solely focused on him and his clips. So let it commence a week to remember Charlie.
Queer person?
Can I ask a dumb question?
Yeah.
When I grew up, calling someone queer was like a slur. Can you tell me what that means? I mean that sincerely. And how is it different than just saying you're lesbian or bisexual or gay?
So it can be different for everyone. It's a spectrum just like anything else. And for me personally, I like everyone.
But what does queer mean?
Queer, it's just a label.
What does the label mean?
It's different for everyone.
I'm not trying to put you as a trap though. I mean this because when I grew up, if I called somebody queer, I'd get in trouble. Just give me like a working definition.
Yeah, so queer is just something that you identify as with your sexuality. It could be related to gender too.
Right, but how do you know once you achieve queer? Can you give me saying that anybody can be it doesn't tell me what that thing is? That makes sense.
It's literally just an identity.
Right, but like what is that identity? For example, if I were to say I'm a conservative, let me give an example.
Yeah.
A conservative is someone who believes in small government, strong borders, American exceptionalism, the Constitution. How would you then give a definition of queer that someone looking at could say, oh, that is queer? Like connect the dots.
And that's the point. That is exactly what Charlie stood for, and that's exactly why they hated him. Because how dare someone try to challenge people in their beliefs and to get them to critically think about their beliefs? If you notice, he wasn't trying to force what he believed upon her. He wasn't trying to say, you're wrong, and, condemn her for what she believes. He simply wanted her to answer his question, and not only to get her to think more critically, but also for her to give maybe a better explanation so that he can learn as well. This is the man they decided to hate. I mean, it's like...
Assassination. Yeah, Charlie's voice will be here so I don't get to know it. So yes, I know. One thing we will have very big.
I think I speak for everybody when I say.
Taylor said, even as that.
And I just point out there's just sort of this. So why do you hit her? I'll ask you that question. Why is that then? Why are people scared to have painful white ties on? Well, I mean that's sort of a tall order, but I mean it's really a question of our whole political order. I think that you have to ask yourself, why are certain opinions considered beyond the pale? Certain opinions are considered too extreme or radical, and some aren't. I think it has everything to do with who has political power. And so, for example, I'll give you just one example. There was a bill that passed the House of Representatives this week. The vote was 422 to 6. So virtually every member of Congress voted in favor of the bill. Can you guess what it was? It was $500 million for missiles for Israel. Now you think, we just passed this extremely contentious bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill. It cuts Medicaid, it does a corporate tax cut, it does $150 billion for border. It was split down party lines, 50 in favor, 50 against. That's how everything is. Everything, the nominations, the major legislation, it's 50 in favor, 50 against. When it comes to foreign aid to Israel, it's 420 to 6. It's everybody versus like a handful of people. And this speaks to the fact that our political order, our political system, the government, the mainstream media, they seem to be 99 to 1 basically in favor of supporting Israel, of supporting Holocaust museums, Holocaust Memorial Day, all this kind of stuff. And when it comes to almost anything else, it's whether it's giving people health care, whether it's closing the border. Oh, this is so contentious, we can't do it. It's so controversial. You're a radical. And it's interesting how it's on, I'm a right-wing guy, but it's on the right and the left. If somebody comes out and says, I think everybody should have health care, you're a radical. I think we should have closed borders. You're a radical. I think we should give missiles to a country that's committing an ethnic cleansing. 500 people voted in favor of that. Everyone supports that. That's fine. It's actually beyond the pale if you disagree. Yeah. So, and I just point out there's just sort of this. So why do you hit her? I'll ask you that question. Why is that then? Why are people scared to have painful white ties on? Well, I mean that's sort of a tall order, but I mean it's really a question of our whole political. I think that you have to ask yourself, why are certain opinions considered beyond the pale? Certain opinions are considered too extreme or radical, and some aren't. I think it has everything to do with who has political power. And so, for example, I'll give you just one example. There was a bill that passed the House of Representatives this week. The vote was 422 to 6. Virtually every member of Congress voted in favor of the bill. Can you guess what it was? It was $500 million for this for Israel. Now you think, we just passed this extremely contentious bill, Trump's big, beautiful bill. It cuts Medicaid, it does a corporate tax cut, it does $150 million border. Split down party lines, 50 in favor, 50 against. That's how everything is. Everything, the nominations, the major legislation, it's 50 in favor, 50 against. When it comes to foreign aid to Israel, it's 420 to 6. It's everybody versus like a handful of people. Speaks to the fact that our political system, the government, the mainstream media, they seem to be 99 to 1 basically in favor of supporting Israel, supporting Holocaust museums, Holocaust, all this kind of stuff. And when it comes to almost anything else, it's whether it's giving people health care, whether it's closing the border. Oh, this is so contentious, we can't do it. It's so controversial. You're radical. And it's interesting how it's
if somebody comes in and says, I think you're okay, so big front to the screen, I just paused, trying to that was one of the best moments of my life in terms of like someone giving command to Williams. I've never seen that before. We had like almost 200,000 live viewers. He's doing numbers with me honestly from the reality. But the main things he was saying was he was advocating against violence, saying they shouldn't use violence, in retaliation. Now I agree, yes, completely. Yeah, I'm 100% back him, and I also 100% back what he said should be done. He was saying that the people that are like cheering on this death, cheering on more violence, he was basically saying that the people cheering this on are the ones creating the environment, the conditions for there to be more violence. And that there needs to be punishment that doesn't include violence to get rid of them. I agree completely. And I've had a lot of experience in doing what he was suggesting. I do it all the time. And the reason why I think what he was suggesting works so well, because humans are wired, especially weak humans, because I don't fucking operate like this because I'm so smart, but weak humans need the tribe. They need the fucking tribe. Like, you see how like my hair looks like this? I grow out the unibrow. I don't give a fuck. Other humans can't do that. They need the tribe. They can't handle being ostracized, which is why I think it's so genius what Nick Fuentes is saying. He's saying, like, yo, if you get them fired, fuck them. If you ostracize them from your group, they're not there. When you make somebody feel like, when you take somebody's ability to do that kind of shit away, you drown them out or you starve them out. A better way. It's like as if, if I want to get rid of church and just nobody shows up at church, you just starve them out. If you starve these people of any support, it's all right, I'm not going to hire you if you do this. I'm not going to hang out with you if you do this. You wipe out their entire fucking infrastructure because these people are not strong enough to stand on their own. They're not leaders like me where I could have a lot of people go, oh, you're mentally ill, you're this, that, and I can still keep coming. They're not like that. They don't have conviction like an Andrew Tate or a Candace or whatever, where they'll just keep coming. Kanye, who doesn't give a fuck. Kanye, how many times did they call him crazy, Kanye? Dying for Israel, U.S. government. I am not dying for Israel. Like, I just do not. I don't care how much information they got on y'all. I am not dying for Israel. I'm dodging out of the draft before it restarts because it's fuck shit. Some fuck shit is the best way to describe it. Dude, I just don't care. You know what I mean? It's not my fucking homeland. It's barely theirs. So I'm not willing to die for it. I don't want to get chopped to pieces in the middle of the desert for some shit I don't care about. I want to play fucking Nintendo games and jerk off. You know what I mean? My grandpa fought for these rights. I don't care. I don't care. They're guaranteed to me now, okay? And plus, this has nothing to do with the U.S.'s freedom. This has everything to do with one fucking group of politicians reaching for way too much power and elite.
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred.
Like, can comment on childless adults who go to Disneyland for their own enjoyment, aka the next time somebody says, oh, the Jews have this conspiracy, they have this plan, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Well, they all get together and they want to implement this plan? The next time somebody asks you that or they're skeptical, think of Project Esther from the Heritage Foundation. Their plan is to plant any critic of Israel, anybody that criticizes Israel, they're going to call a terrorist support. So they could be excluded from open society, being fired, deported, defunded, expelled, ostracized, and the Trump administration is implementing that. It is being implemented by the authors who wrote it now in the State Department of this government. I mean, what else do you call that other than cancel culture? We're going to exclude them from society. We're going to cancel them. Remember, 3 years ago when Ye said we invented cancel culture for the Jews, and then he was canceled. That by the Jews, Jonathan Greenblatt of the Anti-Defamation League, which is dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism.
Yeah, they're a weak person. Being a racist every day, you got to be tough. You got to wake up every day and figure out how you live. You got to stay in that shit like life. Man, I don't care if they do something like you can't like it. You got to stand on your own for the principles. Go on this. If you're sick of some shit, that doctor can't be black. Nah, you gotta get to a white man doctor. If you don't know how his education level is either. And when you're racist, and you let black people do anything for you. Like if I go to racist, I go to McDonald's and I see a nigga McDonald's. They got their sandwich. You got to find white on the mechanics and shit. That look, you be pissed if you gotta send your kids to public school. Niggas off in that
see your boy Trump doing something crazy, you got to figure out how to stand that shit. No matter what the fuck he do, you got to be there.
Trump won the election in 16, and he had no gang. He didn't have any niggas with him. It was just him. So it's like, who do you run the Treasury? Who do you run the State Department? Well, you got to fall back on who's there. Trump won the election in 16, and he had no gang. He didn't have any niggas with him. It was just him. So it's like, who do you run the Treasury? Who do you run the State Department? Well, you got to fall back on who's there. Trump won the election in 16, and he had no gang. He didn't have any niggas with him. It was just him. So it's like, who do you run the Treasury? Who do you run the State Department? Yeah, you gotta fall back on who's there. As though they fear some adversary and less ally. Of course, the choice to showcase Israeli guns is not about their real practicality. It's a creative decision and one that has left a deep cultural imprint. To American audiences, these brands invoke images, heroes, gangster. They make Israeli weapons desirable while massively overstating security. Once again, the public has shaped Israel's image in ways that have reached countless millions of people worldwide. The best place to start is with the obvious choice, Uzi submachine. For a time, it was everywhere in action. Long after the Israeli military itself had moved on by them. Everybody takes the concept of it. They just don't the Uzi was one of several weapons produced by Israel Military Industries, which until 2005 was a state-owned company run directly by the Defense Ministry. And according to the Internet Movie Firearms Database, which catalogs gun appearances on film and TV, the Uzi's first on-screen appearance came in NBC's 1976 TV movie, Radar Heavy. The Israeli commandos wield the weapon, including cast members Charles Bronson and James Rhodes. There are literally hundreds of them, but we'll look at the more impactful and iconic movies, which would have been seen by countless. In 1980, free out star Arnold Schwarzenegger fired. Terminator. Here. Schwarzenegger is again armed with the Israeli weapon in Commando. 5. Interestingly, it was produced by Joel Silver, produced the I spoke about in my last video about his script. Executive decision. Another film I talked about, The Delta Force, released in 1986, was directed and produced by two Israelis and made special mention of Israel being America's best friend. Films in Jump Force is the greatest as well. It's a restrained military. In 1987, the years of two kids. In 1988, Slapstick comedy Naked Gun is perceived protagonists played by Leslie Nielsen from the child the media regard the film also thinks so does the Punisher. By 1990, Schwarzenegger, biggest name, actually heads and basically now. Thank you.
Sweetheart, be reasonable. After all, we're married.
Tremors, starring Kevin Bacon, features the Microbe. Michael Douglas, son of Arthur, pro-Israel actor Kirk Douglas, famously holds an Uzi in Falling Down. See? In 1994, the gun is featured in Leon the Professional. Clear and threats danger. In The Usual Suspects, the film's lead Kevin Spacey is armed with an Uzi, a role that earned him an Oscar. Nicolas Cage sports an Uzi in Face Off with John Travolta. In The Matrix, perhaps one of the most famous and influential action sci-fi thrillers of all time, both Trinity and Neo are strapped with micro Uzis. Neo, in fact, has two of them. Ultra-famous shootout sequence. The Fast and the Furious shows micro Uzis with suppressors. Matrix Reloaded features the gun. of course, Israeli commandos hold a scene in Munich, directed by Steven Spielberg. There's also Bad Boys 2. Gold member. The Punisher. Florida 4.
I saw this Israeli name 69.
And Sin City. Indeed, Hollywood makes heavy use of the micro Uzi, in particular in the 2000s. Their Uzi then Batman Begins, Resident Evil Extinction, Lucky Number 11. Taken 2. The Dark Knight Rises. The Hangover Part 2. Wow, it's a great one. Sorry, Mad Max Fury Road. Nobody. Batman. The Uzi began to be phased out of frontline Israeli military service in the early 1970s with the arrival of the Galil and M16. Worldwide sales stagnated in the 1970s as police and military units increasingly favored carbines and newer submachine guns such as Heckler and Koch's MP5. In the modern age, the 9mm round of the Uzi cannot penetrate body armor like the tiny, high-velocity rounds of the likes of the MP7, which was adopted by security forces such as Germany's Bundeswehr, the U.S. Secret Service, and Ireland's armed Gardaí units, replacing their aging Uzis. Next, we have the Desert Eagle, which, unlike the Uzi, is widely considered to be totally impractical as it's unused by any law enforcement agency anywhere in the world. In 1999, the Baltimore Sun posited, if there is a current success story on par with the Dirty Harry Model 29, it's the Desert Eagle. They interviewed Rick Washburn, owner of Weapon Specialists Limited, one of Hollywood's largest prop houses for weapons. Here's a gun that has very little practical usage, says Washburn. It's too big and heavy. There's not much of a market for handgun hunting. So I would say the success of that particular weapon owes almost everything to the movies. While the handgun was designed by the now defunct Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc., it was manufactured by Israel Military Industries. The gun is indeed big and heavy. It's chambered from between .357 all the way to .50 caliber at press, a half-inch diameter round. It made its debut in Year of the Dragon in 1995, where it was seen held by the film's lead Mickey Rourke. On top of the Uzi, RoboCop also features multiple Desert Eagles, as does RoboCop 2 and 3. Tremors is another film featuring multiple Israeli weapons, as it features the Desert Eagle and the micro Uzi. A drug dealer is armed with the Desert Eagle in point break. Superstar Arnold Schwarzenegger is armed with the Desert Eagle in the last act. Tom Sizemore holds a chrome Desert Eagle and Natural Born Killers. First Bad Boys features the weapon. Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, shows the gun. Method Man holds 2 Desert Eagles in belly. The Boondock Saints shows the gun. The gun is very prominently featured in The Matrix. Legend has it that the Wachowskis, who directed the film, included the guns against the advice of the film's armorer, John Bowring, who called them Quaker pistols. The film Snatch is practically an over-the-top advertisement for the gun. It's a pity. So, the gold-plated pistol held by Goldmember in the film Austin Powers and Goldmember is a Desert Eagle. Resident Evil Apocalypse shows multiple Desert Eagles. Please look. Sexy costume. Dwayne Johnson carries it in Doom. The weapon further showcases its sci-fi appeal in Alien vs. Predator. The titular character in Borat is a Desert Eagle. Movie star Dirty Harold. Yes, there's also lucky number 7 again. At least 3 characters are armed with the gun in Terminator Salvation. Same age. Yeah. Dwayne The Rock Johnson rocks a Desert Eagle and Get Smart. It was a coded. Max, you're running out of time here. What are you talking about? And there's 21 Jump Street. That Boys for Life. And Deadpool. Top size films and other exciting habits. Michael's mind are in the picture. This time is different. Films that the Lily seen in video games. To this day, I don't know that respect for this games for military insurance. Films appear again and again. Including the Resident Evil series, which also features the 3D tough life. There's the 2023. There's also Kate.
An Israeli soldier is armed with a Tavor in World War Z, which features a lengthy Israel-based plotline. In the film, Israel is the only country that has staved off a zombie invasion, owing to the ingenuity of Israeli intelligence and the Israeli apartheid wall. The film was the highest-grossing zombie movie of all time. Michael Pena has a Tavor in Ant-Man. Another special mention goes to the corner shot accessory, essentially a device with a stock pistol grip and monitor showing video feed from the attachment at its end. The attachment holds a firearm such as a pistol and a camera. This front assembly can be moved side to side around corners, as demonstrated by Angelina Jolie in Wanted, a film with a strikingly similar plotline to The Matrix. The device is also seen in red. The third Expendables movie. And Gemini Man starring Will Smith. It's also, like all the other weapons I've mentioned, featured in even more television shows, which for time's sake I didn't even get into. By an Israeli lieutenant colonel. It made press when it first debuted, but has since been largely forgotten. Hey everybody, thanks so much for watching, and if you liked this video, be sure to subscribe for more content. Also, if you want to chat or talk about video ideas, become a patron to join the GDF Discord server.
This is a giant RC rocket plane I built based on one of these tiny little rocket fighters to see if it would get the title for the largest RC rocket plane in the world. Step one was to build the 19-foot wingspan airframe from balsa wood and carbon fiber, and this plane was able to fly really nicely, achieving a pretty impressive glide ratio. Step two was to practice hand launching, and this was a bit nerve-wracking, as it had taken several weeks of building and rebuilding just to get to this point. But despite this, the plane survived and was ready for step three. This was where things really got interesting. This was where we would install the power, and now the plane was ready for its rocket-powered main flight. Now, first test flight, we used a smaller size of engine to give us a small boost into the air, just to test things out. After recovering and piloting with a much larger engine, it was now time for flight two. So we just put it out together, and I managed to bring it in through a controlled touchdown. And with that, we've done it. Make sure to subscribe. This is a giant bus.
Yeah, bye. Disgusting.
Survive Burnley's cases. HBO's like, I only need one. Thanks. Forget the memes. You're alone in the car. Listen, get me two it's last time. Unfortunately, they make us do it number. Bronze pieces. Payment to up front. It's not a problem. Room is upstairs, little man. Hey, open your big old. The best can handle. Look at you. You need to set a picnic. Look at you. Quickly. That's interesting.
I know.
Superman scenes that went horribly wrong. The opening scene was filmed in Norway. James Gunn was chilling in a warm tent. David Cornsweet had to act at freezing minus 30 degrees. In the scene where Krypto ripped Superman's cape, they made a huge mistake because Superman's shoe somehow became 3 sizes bigger. Superman talked to the robots. They had to refilm it a dozen times because David couldn't stop laughing. And during the last scene, he almost missed his shooting partner, Rachel Brosnahan.
We might do an interview. I could fill you in on all the behind the scenes.
Superman scenes that went horribly.
Life isn't just about passing on your achievements.
Was the strongest hero in Incredibles 2, excluding Frozen and the Incredible family, starting from the weakest and the bottom as Screech. Outside of briefly catching Dash, he does almost nothing, and Dash takes him out instant. Next is Reflux. His power is unique, but also pretty useless, and he never really shows it being effective in combat. At number 4 is Helectrix. He controls electricity, which is solid, but he never demonstrates anything that puts him above average. Now for the real heavy hitters. At number 3 is Void. Her portals make her one of the most versatile heroes in the franchise, but her lack of experience holds her back. She struggles with control, but her potential is sky high. Number 2 goes to Brick. She nearly beats Mr. Incredible one-on-one, and while Bob may be past his prime, still an insane feat. Finally, the top spot goes to Crusher. Crushing matter telekinetically is unbelievably powerful, and the fact he was able to destroy Violet's force field, something even the Omnidroid couldn't do, proves just how broken and terrifying he is. Who is the strongest hero in Incredibles 2?
I couldn't have saved Lois without your help. Where am I? Oh God, she's armed with a malevolent SMG. She's a vault hunter. She's a siren warrior who could kill me with her brain.
Is that Psycho?
She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's as gorgeous as 1,000 sunsets. Tell her you need her help. Tell her to rescue you, care for you, and whatever you do, do not scream the words at the top of your lungs. It's over again. You're gonna die. Oh God, she's like one SMG. She's a vault hunter. She's a siren warrior who could kill.
We gotta figure out how to get this back. How did you give it to me? Just something in your foot. You're okay? Fine, fine. Try it again.
Gotta figure out how to get this back. I need you to give it to me. It was just sort of happened.
Something in your. You're okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Try to get. Sorry. Gotta get this back. I need you to give it to me. I don't know. It's just sort of happening. If you stay in bed, if you stay on the couch, if you stay in your comfort zone, if you
I'm scary.
that's when I could chase the yoga road. Spend the shoes.
I know. Salsa. Get some. I just.
So look, very good. Oh shit, Josh, I like that. If you did not, because you can't decide there. Get it, right there. Get it. Just think right now. Get it, it's get it working. Push it up, that's right. Yeah, okay. I went into the glass booth and I wailed away until I was great. I finished and I looked up through the glass and no one looked me in the eyes. They're all like I walked out, I was like, how'd it go? They're like, and they don't want to tell me it sucks because I'm the lead in their movie, and like, no, it's good. Like, let's play it back. And they were hoping if I hear it, I would know it's terrible. And they start playing it. It just sounds like a cat over by a cellar. And but I wanted them to suffer a little more. So then I was like, it's great. And and eventually I told them that they're okay for Anderson. They brought in a guy named Dan Teminsky to the job. I went into the glass booth. I'm like, wait.
Let's all calm down, okay? You're just an imposter. Now tell me the truth. Where is Lord Shu? Sorry, but I'm not sticking around for that.
John Paul Larkin explains how his stutters created this legendary song. Stuttering is what taught me. Can't say skin so tight. I'll take it. Skin Excuse me.
I see.
It's 3,100. It's 16 IO plus 550. So that was it also. That's 3,100. It's 16 IO. And I'm still going at the overview.
Don't shoot me, please. Don't shoot me, please.
Yeah, yeah. You just have to glass. You have a. Because our covers and
Your hammer got bigger? How did your hammer grow, Chris?
because I use my friend's arm for it.
Ew.
Handle.
What? They say Cap cannot live without a war. Your hammer got bigger? How did your hammer grow, Chris?
Because I use my friend's arm for it.
Ew.
Handle.
What?
You're my assistant.
Yes, I am.
It's right. About this ring, or was next time? I was curious about this.
That's a little pet project of mine. See, in my opinion, it's all about that bidding asset. You want just to use the 4,800. But if you overboil to get there, it's. But it's. So, I 4 mile temperature. No higher than just herself.
It's the best coffee. You're man, might as well paint it red, put a ladder on it. Oh, wait, there's another battery. Where the hell are we gonna find another battery? Right over here. And you know those were there.
Which one? The flathead. Radiator hose plant is always a flathead. Yeah, you do it. Learn something.
Can't win. Might as well paint it red.
Jean Zeus.
Yeah, vengeance is now.
Start the free bait. It's like that's so weird. The catch some like the head from it. Right. Because the ball was probably 13 or so the large wire and pockets of some babies get stuck with the barbed wire, some just right over. They got in a very good it's see the baby like fly right and kind of just like until babies temperature like that was the ride where so these partly famous as this right like back like seven of the baby yeah or bars that someone doesn't have that because we like looking up see that like there's this baby stuff but they start throwing babies like those are the text so if you were able to catch some of like the empty into the kitchen fucking like so I was like it's the wall was probably very and
What?
do a thing.
No, you're in it. Like you cried. Sauce. Let's go. You suddenly decided to fight back. We don't expect any clue. Speak recorded when you're kissing favorite girl and more yesterday. Might have been for all I know. Your past was a big mystery than fucking Jimmy Austin. We have it legal and other things. Ain't never be betrayed. Especially with unlike you, I think double thing out. Sir. Thing was that.
Right. You're live, folks.
Speak Arabic?
No.
Farsi?
No.
Porcelain. And I'll speak your bastardized medieval English. Because you're all uneducated street dogs.
See, we're getting off to a bad start here, son.
I'm talking to our Quds Force officer.
You're the commander of a foreign terror organization.
I can say the same to you.
What's your target? Major.
What's your target when you send missiles to my land?
Wild guest, and now your ass.
So insolent and foul-mouthed. You will learn to respect me when your nation sees fire.
You're in bed with the cartel, son. If you disappeared, no one would know where to look for the fucking stain.
I have no doubt you take pleasure in torturing me.
Where'd you get American missiles from? I don't care who they're from. I want to know where they're going.
Take a look around, Hassan. Now you can either become part of the food chain, or you can start talking.
I'm a hostage here. This is illegal.
You're a prisoner of war.
Iran is not at war with Mexico. I've broken no laws. These men and their commanders are the lawbreakers.
You and your beloved General Gobani.
You executed him and you would pay for your crimes.
This bastard in permanent custody or looking up at the goddamn grass.
General, killing Hassan is an act of war. Keeping him is illegal right now.
Tell me you're getting something actionable that well.
Let me finish this.
There's nothing I would like more. But Laswell's right.
Folks. Wait for you to come and finish. All right. You're live, folks.
Speak Arabic?
No.
Good. I have people taking pictures of my 3 chest hairs. Here. Dr. Octavius, what you got there?
Chinese. If I know you'd be here, I would. What are you working on?
Oh, just a side project. Coach, it's you.
Yeah, I don't know what it's on.
Parker, it's obvious. Let me explain. I only wish you told me sooner. I wanted to. But I was afraid that if word got out, my family might be in danger.
I guess if you design his equipment, you're bound to be a target too.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe. Such a disappointment. There. I tried to warn you, Peter. But you didn't listen. You. This means too much to me.
Not more than it means.
Not good. Can't have people.
There. If I know you'd be here, I would. What are you working on?
Oh, just a side project. Coach, it's you.
Yeah, I don't know what it's on.
It's obvious. Let me explain. I only wish you told me sooner. I wanted to. But I was afraid that if word got out,
My family might be in danger. I guess if you design his equipment, you're bound to be a target too. Yeah. Don't worry. Your secret's safe. Such a disappointment.
Okay.
JHPs, hollow point bullets known by the natives as Black Death. Check it out. Ah, you like that? So sweet you want to lick it. Sucker has 6 razor claws that expand upon impact. Trigger him on his head like a cabbage. Keep it. What can I do you for?
Space.
Hell yeah, we got this. Stop a bullet like a soft land against a Quaker girl. Ain't getting through.
Good work.
Sure as shit they do. I don't leave home without it. What the hell? Broke my freaking rib, man. I son of a bitch. JHPs, hollow point bullets. Nope. I'll take it back. I promise. Swear to God, I'll be. Lied.
Okay, sorry. Jesus Christ. Fucking Frank. I never played that name. Christ. Always knew it. So you.
Say the words. Say you want this. Nothing happens till I hear you say it. I. Jesse figured as much. He lets the gun clatter to the floor. Then do it yourself. With that, he turns and walks out. He and Jesse share one last long look. Then Jesse chunks the car into gear and punches it. The El Camino goes squealing away. Walt stands there watching it go. Jesse speeds us toward the chain link post. Post.
Come closer and tell me how I can help you today.
I'm looking to acquire a new suit.
Let me take a look. Well, it seems you've been taking care of it. It's at the limit of its lifespan. And based on the damage, I'm assuming you either use magic or spirit energy?
Yes. As a matter of fact, both. And divinity.
Use them free, do you? There's not many who can't. You're only the second such person to join visitation.
Should keep that between us. Will this be enough?
Indeed. It ought to buy you something quite nice. There is something you should know about the owner of Philip. The man takes great pride. The process will take several days, and he'll most likely speak with you throughout construction.
If you ever need to reach me, contact me. Stay with her.
Come closer and tell me how I can help you today.
Look into what?
It's on that drive.
Not entirely sure.
Look, hey, salesman, buddy, all over here. Let's make him feel well. Fine, yeah? All right. Bored? So. All right. Oh, buddy, hey, you ready to sell some cars? Hey, I'm a born car salesman, but I was thinking today that maybe I would just get it this building. Yeah, well, just that tire kicker right there. Sell yours. I don't know. I got a thousand bucks. You can't sell it. Oh, let me in on that edge. No, let's make it free. Free cheese. Yes. Have a go.
Just look. Right. Really close as you were the bay. Let's use a place like this. Actually, yes, a location has become that choice. Okay. No, you're in the tiny. Just clean. Some people would say, oh, it's really good. This doesn't fit either. A hatchet is simple butcher uses a slice. So it's not that predictable. Busy. Thanks for it up. This stuff like plastic wrap. I suited him. Sounded first thing about techniques. Sure. You were the back bitch. Oh. That's just open a hot item. That's it. Me after mixing random chemicals to clean the bathroom with the door shut. I ain't never done this and I'm not going to. Me waiting for my phone to stop ringing so I can use it again. Wait, sure. Yes, sir. Protocol 53. Don't go in there. Don't you go in there. This or my dad's phone. Hi, bud. Oh, well, thank you. Notice it in trade for what? Wait, finally, it's right. Sure. Anyway, to County Medical. Seems this guy shot you with a trade dart. He's the asshole. He's supposed to shoot the gator. Yeah, well, they. Got it.
I'll be right back to draw your blood. Just lie still. Yeah.
Take it. You want a new car? That could have gone smoother.
When a human being dies, their body will weigh 21 grams less than it did whilst it was living. This is attributed to the spiritual element weight of the soul. We reanimate the dead by installing pseudo-spiritual elements in bodies that no longer have souls residing within them. These elements could be considered imitations. It was Dr. Victor Frankenstein who gave life to the first corpse. It's been said that this corpse could speak his eye love and even feel the compulsion to commit murder. In the throes of despair, he vanished, taking with him pages of Victor's notes detailing the technology that had given him life. All that was left for the rest of us to reanimate were puppets. Mere imitations of the one containing no soul, no use of language. If the one if a 21-gram soul can be put back inside an empty body, we can harness that ability for those we've lost so they can come back to us. Start up. Do you recognize who I am? Now walk. Ambulatory system functional. Now take this pen. I want you to record every word and action. I am hopeful that this will become your soul. Welcome back. When a human being
Found novelty lamps. Great idea. We could literally make hundreds of dollars. Who cares about lamps? Martin Mueller does. When Martin isn't busy running his family's business into the ground, he's either yachting or buying art for his castle.
The business is going under, but his personal fortune is vast, nearly $500 million. I heard he was in town, so I sent a prototype over to his hotel. He loved the lamps. He wants to sit down. The lamps are really just a way to get our foot in the door. We're going to lose money, but we'll make millions managing his personal portfolio. Whoever keeps his business, we've got a brand new client. Everybody wins.
Can we see it?
Yeah, so it's a prototype. So it's a long way off from, it's just a long way off the prototype.
Well, it's definitely the world's largest pager.
No, it's actually the world's smallest email terminal.
Oh.
This morning,
All right.
when you left.
This is this
Early this morning,
yeah.
when you left.
So try with your thumbs. Try typing with your thumbs.
Pretty calm. Can we see it?
Yeah, so it's a prototype. So it's a long way off from, it's just a long way off the prototype.
Well, it's definitely the world's largest pager.
No, it's actually the world's smallest email terminal.
Bow your head. Don't be silly. The resistance does not bow. Sehr gut. Sei still. Ich arbeite. Ich dachte, du würdest sie freilassen. Aber das tue ich doch. Ich befreie ihren Kopf von ihren Schmerzen. Aber du hast gesagt, dass du sie hast gesagt. Du hast deine Leidensübung und du findest das auf den Zucker. Was haben meine Männer in deinem Zimmer gefunden, als sie durchsucht haben? Schokolade, Kekse, Limonade, Bonbons. Das zu sehen. Von den kranken Sachen, die du in dein Tagebuch geschrieben hast. Willst du sie befreien? Gut. Nimm. Nimm! Befreie den Kopf von ihren Schultern. Bow your head. Don't be silly. The resistance does not bow. Sehr gut. Sei still. Ich arbeite.
Do you like it? I made it myself.
No, not particularly. Yours. Oh,
Church fairs now and again.
this is nice. What room do you use in your house when you make this?
I don't really, just wherever I happen to be, I guess. In front of the TV, at the kitchen table. Like spreading the beats out in the dining room.
Yes, it would be better if you could try to remember the one specific space that you use. Your home is 2,913 square. IRS code allows us to deduct from your taxable percentage of your home space. That's right. These. This.
I hope I live with someone that's odd enough.
Something 200, make it 300 square feet. Man, yeah, it's possible. Dolores, when you order supplies,
I don't. I just zip on over to the beat store.
zip it down.
Truck.
The company.
Do you like it?
I'm gonna get to the stick. See, good thing too. What's that? I'm gonna leave that in there. Hey, can you tell me you it? No, I'll read it down here. Let me see. This is.
It's like. It's a stick finger. Can you just fast forward the ad? Buys and. Field image, decloak drone, nice weapons. You want a weapon? Yep, weapons only. Stand by. Stop something. I don't know what it is. I'm thinking just you know what? Double the damage and then run it again. Yeah, you want me to double it up? Yeah, right. Over your ear. Good. That's good. Real schedule? Oh yeah, uploading software help to Edith Network, where their drones will be able to create an event big enough to cover an entire city. Well done. Make sure every drone is weapons hot. We need maximum damage. More casualties, more I gotta cut the static. But they can rebuild. And if I'm gonna be the next Iron Man, I need to save the world from an Avengers level threat. But when its new savior descends, all those casualties will be forgotten. Janice, you'll be in position with quick change armor from victory line.
Of course. Do you want to try?
No, that's what's going on in my hand. Why's that happen? It's if one's no, the image will be perfect. The problem is that projector is evidence. It's going to tell people what we're doing and how we're doing it. I am trying to fool 7 billion people here, including Nick Fury, who happens to be the most paranoid and most dangerous person. Can you just fast forward the ad? On the fly, well, this but the field image, decloak drones, nice weapons. You want a weapon? Yep, weapons only. Stand by. Stop. I don't know what it is. Something just don't. You know what? Double damage and then somebody double it up. Yeah, over your ears. That's good. Schedule? Oh yeah. Software to either their drones will be able to create an event big enough to cover the entire. It's like well done. Make sure every drone is weapons hot. Need maximum damage and casualties.
Oh, sir. It's my friend. You're not. Just walk in and it's a clear circle. I've seen it before. Big stories about some toast. But they're awesome. I don't even know what's that. They are. Really good. What is it? Survive. It just waits me here through the rainstorms. See, because there's a clear sound. I've never seen it before. Maybe so it was what I did. What?
If you were to die in action, I'm sure your dependents will receive a pre-tax payment of $1 million. I'd assume you want us to verify exactly who your family is.
Yeah, well, hold on a second here. And if I'm a cold sensation, what is this test? What are you testing? What are you whispering?
Mr. Forrester, you've been elevated to Active 2 status. You meet all requirements for prescription.
What are the requirements for prescription?
It says at 11:23 Eastern Time, the 15th of 2030, you'll be pronounced dead.
It says that I die in 7 years. I doubt. How do I die?
Can't share that information, sir.
But you know, you really want to bite your finger. Okay, so it bites your finger off. Hold on a second. Can we just slow this down for just a second?
If you were to...
Why do I have to wear this?
Put your hands here. If you take them out, it's game over. Well, camp or no camp, I guess it doesn't really matter. Well then, trying to roast some vegetables. Next up, trying to cut some vegetables and meat. No, and it's nice to have the delicious noodle. Okay. Get ready to be wowed.
Why do I have to wear this?
Put your hands here. If you take them out, it's game over. Well, camp or no camp, I guess it doesn't.
I want you to fail. I want you to get up and do it again. Remember me? How much to break it? Excuse me? How much money do you want to break your contract with Google? So if I say that's what it is to be human, that feels like I'm trying to prove it still, as opposed to I really know. Because you're everything's a lie. I'm not who I thought I was. When is this not the moment where I go, I was wrong to feel that? That's exactly what the issue was, right? There are feelings and there are thoughts. You're feeling that feeling that okay. It's not wrong for you to feel that way. You should just, it's not right or wrong, none of it. All in this moment. For you to talk about how it's okay to be vulnerable, prepare to be vulnerable, which means showing lengths that your feelings are hurt. And the point being, time you said that I don't belong, it hurts my feelings. That's being a human. And that's my greatest. So if I say that, you get one. Everything's here when I get back.
Pure dirt. 3.2 kilos. How'd you come by so much of it?
So what's the word? We trading or not?
Elliot, like pure hydro. Works out to 62 chits.
I want twice that.
Grab a hard bargain.
And some people think that the symbol of Apple computers, a half-eaten apple, is a tribute to Alan Turing, the creator of the first major computer, who then uses electricity to drive vacuum tubes to create a digital computer, and that helped to win World War II. Fortunately, his work was classified by the British government, found out that he was gay, and it was illegal to be gay at that time, and they put him on trial. They put him on and messed up his brain. So here's this man, the greatest genius that came out of mathematics project, one of the founders of artificial intelligence theory, committed suicide. He ate a poisoned apple. And some people.
Chris, you're ugly.
Oh, here we go. That's right.
Everyone's been talking with it. You're.
What's this about you losing your Kevlar? It bounced off my head, Sergeant Major, last night. Bounced off your head. I was up on the 50 cal and the Humvee went over and burned, Sergeant Major. This Marine Corps, people failure to secure that image, you supervised air Marine serving today. Say, NJP in your Sergeant Cover. This is what happens when you don't enforce criminal standard. The man's gets all right. And another standard's fault. That all this stuff's used as chin strap. Goes over the butt. Kevlar goes flying off his head. And our protected posture is weakened. Roger that, Sergeant Major. Not the retard lost the whole supply truck. What's this budget?
If I were to ask you to give your parents a score, what would it be out of anything?
Perfect 100 points.
Well, between your new and old mother, who would you give a higher score?
May I please request a different question?
You may not. She answers or loses points.
I don't know how she ended up in that orphanage. There's a good chance her parents are.
Well, that answers that. So you do prefer your old mother?
This is cruel.
This doesn't matter at all.
They're actually all laughing. Yes, the director, he wanted it to be a serious scene, but all day on set, the guys couldn't keep it together. What they ended up doing is just using all the funniest takes. You actually hear the director, who was getting pissed off during filming. When Benicio del Toro says his line, Bryan Singer, the director, he's the one that goes, "In English, please."
In English, please.
The director's saying that. So if you watch it, the first guy does his line right.
Give me the keys, you fucking sucker.
So he just reads it exactly how the director wanted it. And it's Steve Album. You don't know this character, so this is just like,
Keys, you fucking cocksucker. Knock it off. Good.
so you already see a little Kevin's face and looks at him. Yeah. So he's covered, like he's laughing. Yeah, he's laughing. They're all laughing. Look. And that's again.
The keys, you cocksucker. Please.
So that's Bryan Singer right there.
I mean, fucking keys, you cocksucker. What the fuck?
And look, you see, the first guy, he's laughing. It's hilarious.
It was like the small balls, not the big ones. So I thought it was small ones. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, I want to send you a picture. And it's been like a good carrier list. FedEx. Put it in. Well, thanks. Contract, they suck too, but don't worry, UPS is here. Any realities against
What's up? Where you been? Yeah, fucked up yesterday. Yeah, where did you end up? That does not matter, really. Oh god. Fucking playing B disappointed, bro. That's tough. It is, bro, because the pharmacy's closed at Costco. That shit's $6 there. I had to go drop 60. I did not know that. Yeah. What the gum? Yeah, fucking gum out there in Nam. They ain't have them out there. They just stab them. Shank. Fuck.
Oh my God, you said that.
The bags, what they said.
We'll zoom in on it so you can get a better look. This is Gavin Newsom's family. Okay. Now, this is who the Republicans want.
Yo, what's good, bro? Pretty good. How's your day? Good. Oh, you can't even see me. There you go. Oh, all right. I'll box. I can box. I'll do some boxing. Yeah, I will. I will do some boxing, actually. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, shit.
Cliff and Stuart Connecta, welcome guys.
Thanks, Charlie.
So, for some audience members that might not be aware, introduce yourselves.
I'm Cliff Connectley. I'm an obnoxious twit who the Holy Spirit is changing, and I try and combine the grace of love, truth of Christ that communicated on university campuses and at the church where Stuart and I get to pastor, and I get to be this guy's dad. So
That's amazing. So, you've been doing this on campuses for a while, kind of similar what I do from a political standpoint, but we're unafraid to talk about the deeper things, more important things. Talk about that. I mean, that's
yeah, sure I will. You know why I like Kim? Because he hasn't made the mistake of elevating politics over faith in Christ. We can slip into a type of nationalism that is raw country and leave God out of the equation. That is lethal. And what Charlie does in a way that I've come to respect is because I've been confronted by more and more of this type of issues. Christ at the center, God is the basis of your worldview. And then because of that,
Yeah, I wonder if I mean I can. That's got to be allowed. I think I will. My friends were boxing. My friends were telling me how they were picking up some boxing, so I think you actually might get to see that.
And a distant God who remains aloof. Disagree with Thomas Jefferson, the Jeffersonian mind.
We're very grateful for the Judeo-Christian ethics that our forefathers and foremothers built through. So thank you for that. And so, I have you seen? Let's just talk in the last couple of years, both of you visiting campuses. Be interested to hear you say. What are you hearing? What are you seeing? Have things changed in recent years? Talk about trends. I think our audience would be interested. So, 30 years ago, I was a little young. From what I hear, it was, is there truth? And then 20 years ago, it was, okay, there's truth. Maybe lowercase, maybe uppercase. But
It's just a new computer. I need to call my brother and see which one to buy.
you may have mentioned your thoughts, your rates, despair, depression, anxiety, skyrocket. And so that's the trend that I've seen. Some of the very similar questions: is God a cruel monster, slavery, why is God about suffering? All of those are pretty much the same and similar. But I think the growth again in pain, in whether that's psychological, relational, oftentimes that's connected to nihilism. Because somebody doesn't believe in God, and I have no objective meaning and purpose. I mean, an accidental birth, and I am going nowhere. And my favorite is when I actually see happy nights. It's the biggest contradiction probably out there that we see on college campuses. But literally, we will have up to say, like, hey, I'm here, YOLO, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And so that's the new narrative. So, as far as trends, things you see, and talk about the process.
Facts. I'm sure they'll have a scale, but I mean, I think we're all about the same. I think we all weigh up around the same weight. Wait for me boxing? What are you talking about? Like, rather wait for you boxing. Oh, wait till I get a new one? Yeah, facts. Facts. I'm really not that good. But I appreciate your faith in me. Okay, I'll get it soon. Either today or tomorrow, hopefully.
I don't like talking about people, right? But guys, for 44 years, I've been standing up on university campuses, dialoguing with students. Now, I am committed to pointing people to God's existence. Therefore, morality is not subjective. There are few moral absolutes. Therefore, the logical conclusion is not despair. There's hope. There's a God who has eternal life in heaven for all who trust in his son Jesus. All right, now, I don't feel comfortable going into the political arena. That's why I respect what he's doing. It's very hard to communicate Christ
And then also to challenge people to think, okay, what are the ramifications of your belief in Christ, especially politically, especially culturally? It's real hard. And one of the reasons it's hard is because we don't all agree, right? You go around in this room, and I don't think we're all going to agree on everything. That's where tolerance comes in. Tolerance is not an atheist and I agree. No, we don't agree. Tolerance is, although you are an atheist, I respect you. And we're going to have an intelligent dialogue. Now, that's what he does. And that's what we try and do. Intelligent dialogue. Guys, that's what a liberal arts education is all about. A free exchange of ideas where we don't necessarily agree. We communicate respectfully. We explain why we believe what we believe. What's the evidence? Whatever it is you believe is true. So that's the kind of thing that we want.
The most important thing is always Jesus. The second most important thing is making sure that we can talk about Jesus and worship Jesus, which is increasingly more difficult.
Yeah.
So talk about the process. You guys set up a table on campus. People come up and talk to you. For the audience that might not be aware.
Yeah, so we've never set up a table. We get invited by different student organizations and we go. Back in the day, you would have to start, which is, that's the bold part, right? You have to speak and somehow find a way to get people to stop and actually engage. But now, thankfully, God has used social media in a big way. So when we go, there's already a very big crowd, even at very secular schools like UConn, very hostile crowd. So that's how we start. We get invited by different organizations, show up. They oftentimes will start the crowd, but then it'll gather and grow very quickly. Then we go about debate, and then we go about connecting with as many students as possible. But the important thing, I think you were kind of getting to there in your second part, is discipleship. We don't want to go. Sadly, Billy Graham, we're huge Billy Graham fans, but if you look statistically, when he would do his crusades, a very high percentage of people after 3 weeks would turn away from the faith. So what the altar calls through. So what we try and do is we make sure these organizations on their outreach nights where we speak at, and that'll have a lot of students show up. We don't want there just to be an event that we speak at the end of the week. We say, guys, we are here not just to evangelize. We need discipleship. So these students will stay in the faith and understand what real scripture is. When you went to Genesis 22, for example, I was like specific scripture. This is what we need. It can't just be this type of higher power. Oh, yeah, I'm a Christian now, but I just never read the Bible. So that's part of the process. So it's very important. You went on Logan Paul's podcast, which I'm sure you got a couple emails and things from that. About that experience, what an amazing way that God used you to reach a population that has not heard the gospel. All right, so here's some of the challenge. I really respect Logan Paul. He began our time together by saying, I am not a Christian, but maybe by the end of this podcast, I will be.
No pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that kind of honesty and vulnerability. Goodness gracious, that's cool. I found him to be a very nice guy, and it was fascinating, his sticking point. His sticking point was, you got to be kidding me. Good Jews and good Muslims and good Hindus, they need to accept Christ? I mean, that's just, it's too narrow. That's just too bigoted. It's too intolerant. And so what I was trying to help him see was, if I say that every path leads to God, that's a truth claim. I'm saying majority of Muslims, the majority of humanity, which is Muslims, Christians, Jews, they're wrong. Every path leads to heaven. That's a truth claim. If I say to you, half the religions and philosophies of the world lead to heaven, that's a truth claim. I'm saying half are right and half are wrong. That is a truth claim. And when Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no one comes to the Father except through me. That's also a truth claim. He's saying, you're going to put your faith in me. I am the way to heaven. So let's be real honest. We all make truth claims. Let's not sit back and act like, well, I'm a really open-minded, really tolerant person because I say all paths lead to heaven, all paths lead to God. No, you're making a truth claim. I promise you, if I say that 1 + 1 = 2, I'm not necessarily being arrogant, but I might be arrogant. But just to make a truth claim does not mean you're being arrogant and intolerant. It means this is my take on reality. You better ask me, what's the evidence that your take on reality is true? And I'm going to ask you the same question. And what is your take on reality? What's the evidence that your take on reality is true?
So kind of tell us about the discussion you had with him and either one of you, the response that you received.
I thought he was really genuine. He gets pegged for trying just to poke holes and then walk away. But I thought he was genuine. I mean, he did ask questions like, will animals be in heaven? And, the lion will lie down with the sheep. So I believe that animals will be in heaven, literally. He would ask questions like, why Jesus amongst other religions? he said he got burned a few times by Christians who were so judgmental about other faiths. And so we dug into that a little bit. But, you know, his mom was sitting there the whole time. And I guess his mom typically doesn't show up, but she showed up for us and she held her cross out the entire time, kind of pointing it to Logan, pointing it to us. And I think that shows her obvious desire to get her sons, him and Jake, really thinking about the faith and moving towards the faith. So that was a very, very interesting part of it, because he would really come after, he mainly really went after you and tried to for the emotional connection. And yet at the same time, I think at the end of the time, he was genuinely wrestling, and yet he would turn to his mom and try and again push back on her faith. So it's fascinating dynamics, but offset yet again, there was still an hour of time where he wanted to connect.
But his objection was that Christianity is too true or something, or that
too narrow.
I'm being facetious.
Yes, that's good.
I mean, like too narrow. I don't understand the objection there. Like what would that? So apparently he's just saying that God, no way that God would allow this to happen. That God would not send a son, or what would his? So I didn't watch the entire interview.
Who here has a problem with the idea of God being angry? All right, well, Logan has a problem with God being angry. Guess what? So do a lot of Americans. You know, God is love. I don't get angry. The wrath of God? I mean, how primitive. You really believe that? Yeah, I sure do believe that. You know why? Because I promise you that if one of you kidnaps one of my little granddaughters, I'm going to be real angry. And guess what? If I'm not angry, my granddaughter doesn't matter to me. Not with a selfish anger, but with a righteous indignation. Is God angry? Yes, he is. Not with a selfish anger. Oh, you've offended me. Oh, you rained on my party. No, none of that. With a righteous indignation of how we dehumanize each other, that's sin. Racism is dehumanizing. Sexism is dehumanizing. Sexually exploiting someone is dehumanizing. She's not a Barbie doll. She's a human being created in the image of God. Don't use her sexually. Greed, dehumanizing. Your money's more important than you are. I want your money. Coveting, dehumanizing. So God is angry because we dehumanize each other. And God has created us not to dehumanize each other, but to respect each other, to love each other.
So when you visit campuses, is that the most common sticking point, that the path is too narrow? If you had to really bring it down, what is the limiting current belief of Gen Z when confronted with the truth that prevents them from accepting Jesus? What would that be?
Yeah, moral relativism, for sure.
Yes, white Western adopted philosophy, which is all religions are true, and how dare you say that you have the right religion? So they will say, look at the elephant, look at all paths lead up to the mountaintop. So all religions are just grabbing, one's grabbing the ear, one's grabbing the foot of the elephant, one's grabbing the trunk. And see, you guys are all just grabbing part of God. And yet what they don't get is most people are blind, so they don't realize they're grabbing parts of it. Okay, then someone has tremendous vigilance and spiritual superiority to say, I'm the one who's not blind. And I see Charlie grabbing the trunk, so he's Buddhist. I see Cliff grabbing the foot, so he's Hindu. So you guys are all idiots. All gods are the same. What you don't realize is you are not only spiritually elitist, but you are also rejecting the exclusive truth claims of 95% of the world. That's what it means. Did you agree with that? Is that the core objection you got?
Yeah, and let's be real honest. I think it really comes down to I want to sleep with whoever I want to sleep with.
That's a separate issue. The meaning that they don't, meaning that they won't believe that it's true. That's very correct. Some we can believe Christianity is true. Right, and most people would not, because it would change their life.
Correct. And so therefore, the reason I reject Christ is for a moral reason, and then I hide behind the intellectual reason. But if push comes to shove, my younger brother went to Princeton University, and at Princeton he used to share Christ with his roommates late into the night. Around about midnight, he turned to his Princeton classmates and say, guys, if you're just going to ask these questions, we'll pull a all-nighter if this is honest. But if the real issue is, I want to sleep around and I want to cheat on my next exam because the pressure to get into med school is intense, well, let's not be honest. And every single time his Princeton classmates would say, Stuart, you're correct. This is not an intellectual problem. It's a moral issue. And he would say, guys, great, don't have to pull an all-nighter. Good night. Have a good night's sleep.
So then, how then do you overcome that, if at all?
I think it's For me, it's getting rather simple. The older I get, you know, morality is relative, which means the guy who took a whack at President Trump and killed another guy, it's all relative. That's his definition of truth. And the trade traffic, well, you know, it's all relative. So if you're upset about it, fine. But I kind of enjoy it. Truth is relative. You know something? You can't live that out. Because even when you were a little kid, if your sibling got more ice cream in their ice cream bowl than you did in your ice cream bowl, what would you say? Oh, that's cool. No, you'd say, that's not fair. And if you're married and your spouse takes a whack at you, you don't say, oh, that felt good, honey. Why don't you do that again? No, you say, you should not do that. You ought not to do that. It is impossible to live out. It doesn't work.
Do you find that to be persuasive to the students? I take a different route. That's probably the better route. I take the route, though, of statistically, two guys from Yale wrote this book, Premarital Sex in America, and promiscuity is directly correlated with serious mental health problems, especially for women. Men, for some reason, are able to cut off their emotions sexually from the physical side and just live out their physical well-being of shagging any woman they possibly can. But there's clear breakdown as well, these Yale authors are writing, showing that there's a drastic increase in divorce if you're sleeping around as well. But again, you could go there. You know, the best answer is making Christ more attractive than just, I'm going to shag the next thing or person with a pulse that I possibly can. And if Jesus is more attractive in the way where he says, I love you unconditionally, no matter your failings, I offer you grace. You know, it's the whole idea of your job can't die for you. Your job, if you find your identity in it, you're going to be ultimately crushed. If you find your identity in your wife, you're going to be ultimately crushed. It's St. Augustine's order of loves. If you put God at the top, you will live a life of incredible flourishing. So that's kind of where. Yeah, and I want to get some questions here in a second. I visit college campuses as you guys do, and I get the spicier encounters at times. I'm sure you guys get them as well. But what's so fascinating is that I'll come and talk primarily about politics, but as you well know, I always share the gospel whenever it comes up. But inevitably, almost always, if I go and I have a table and what I want to talk about for the day never remains. And whether it could be about immigration, it could be about that there are no genders, two sexes, and unlimited personalities, whatever it is. Within minutes, they are asking me, well, are you religious? Because they have been so trained and conditioned, because they want to get down into where is this coming from? Because if you're saying something that's true and they think about it, they say, well, do you think there's a God that's telling you this? Because they want a moral license to live as they want to live. But what I found is that almost all of these conversations yield back to some moral standard at some point. And many college students and even college professors will deny the fact that there is a moral standard, but they're living up to some standard at some point. So someone tells them that murder is wrong or murder is evil or theft is wrong. They say, oh, that's just common sense. We just know that. I know that murder is wrong. I understand that. So why would so many murderers if everyone knows that it's wrong? So do you guys encounter that as well, that it gets down to the deeper issues rather quickly?
Yes, definitely gets down to the deeper issues rather quickly. When you have the privilege of talking with thinking people, and people have to think. I mean, I'm very grateful that over 290 times in the Gospels, Jesus asks a question. And this whole idea that faith is anti-intellectual, faith is anti-rational, faith is anti-logical, that's a naive, blind faith. And Christ does not call us to a naive, blind faith. Does he call us to something you can prove? No. Prove means to show it cannot be another way. I can't prove, Charlie, that I'm not just a bad dream you're having right now. Maybe your eyesight's flipping out on you. You're having this weird dream. But so I can't prove it. But the overwhelming evidence is you and I are having this conversation now. That's why we behave the way we do. So we've got to use our minds and ask ourselves, what does the evidence point to as being true? I do not think the universe is religiously ambiguous. I think God has left more than enough evidence for any thinking person to believe in him. That's why anthropology shows us that around the world, every culture has some type of religion.
Yeah, atheism is the vast minority of a New Age belief. Oh yeah. So Daisy, let's start doing some questions here.
So I articulated yesterday by a couple of my friends that our country was not founded on Christian principles. So I want to see how, like, an argument that you guys can give me to combat that. So essentially, they articulated to me that our country was founded on common law because the Declaration only refers to God 4 times. The Constitution doesn't refer to God at all, and it only articulates the structure of government. And is common law Christian in nature, or is it?
I can take it first. So whoever said that, they were up to So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states. Whoever said that, they were up to So first of all, remember that we were a collection of states and colonies, and you need to read the state constitutions before anything else. 9 out of 13 of the original states required you to be a Bible-believing Christian to serve in government at the time of the founding. Even in Pennsylvania, actually, 13 of 13 required a declaration of faith. 9 out of 13 required you to be a Protestant, except Maryland, which was Catholic, which still required a declaration of faith. And almost every single one of the original state constitutions, Pennsylvania included, they had, I profess Lord and Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior in the original state constitution. So remember, we're a collection of states before that. Secondly, 55 and 56 of the original signers of the Declaration were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. That's about common law. So common law is inherited from Blackstone, who was Christian. Common law is an outgrowth of the scriptures. So let's go to 3 principles of common law: presumption of innocence, due process, and injury of your peers. All 3 are biblical principles. So, and all wrapped into the ultimate biblical principle that you shall not favor justice if you are rich or poor, which is Leviticus 19. Right before, most famous part of Leviticus 19, which is that you should love your neighbor as yourself. But before that is that in the administration of justice, you shall not favor the rich or the poor, which is the idea of blind justice. We get that in the West, which is incorporated also in the New Testament ideal. Neither slave nor Greek nor Jew, you are all one in Jesus Christ. As we read that idea of human equality. These are all biblical ideas. They're not Enlightenment ideas, which is they kind of get conflated at the time. But more importantly than that, they say that God was only mentioned 4 times in the Declaration of Independence. Well, that's a big deal. Okay. Laws of nature and nature's God. The last paragraph of the Declaration reads as a prayer. It says, we appeal to the supreme judge of the universe. Who's the judge of the universe? Jesus Christ. It says in Revelation that Jesus will judge the earth on his throne. So in the Declaration, they were praying to Christ our Lord as a prayer very specifically. Thirdly, as I said on stage yesterday, Deuteronomy was by far the most quoted book, religious or non-religious, in the time of the founding when they were putting together the Constitution, more than John Locke, more than Montesquieu, more than Blackstone. So the book of Deuteronomy, which talked about laws, customs, traditions. It was Moses' farewell address as he's about to say goodbye, say, hey, good luck in Canaan, guys. Here's how you should set up your form of government. But finally, and most importantly, let's look at actually what the founders said. John Adams famously said the Constitution was only written for a moral, religious people. It was wholly inadequate for the people of any other. The body politic of America was so Christian, was so Protestant, that our form and structure of government was built for the people that believed in Christ our Lord. One of the reasons we're living through a constitutional crisis is that we no longer have a Christian nation, but we have a Christian form of government, and they're incompatible. So you cannot have liberty if you do not have a Christian population. So that's just a surface level belief. So then they'll go to the First Amendment, which has two parts of the First Amendment which get conflated. First of all, separation of church and state is not in the U.S. Constitution. That is a single letter that Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1807 to the Danbury Baptist Convention in Massachusetts, assuring them that the government would not come after the church, okay, which is the opposite of what they would say. However, that was then resurrected by the Warren Court and the Burger Court in the 60s, where they said, hey, all of a sudden, we're now going to make this shift to the Constitution. It does say in the Constitution 2 things, which is the Establishment Clause and the Free Expression Clause. The Establishment Clause is that Congress shall make no law prohibiting the free exercise thereof. What they were most worried about was a Presbyterian or a Anglican or a Quaker type religion taking over the federal government. Instead, it was that there is not going to be a state-run religion or a state-run government. Did you know that one of the first things in Congress was taxpayer-funded Bible printing and distribution? Did you know that there are church services held in the Supreme Court building as late as the Jackson presidency in the 1820s? But going back to this idea of separation of church and state, and again, I can riff on this at nauseam because it's just so ridiculous, right? Is that it's not biblical because first, it's not biblical, it's not constitutional because you go a layer deeper. People that even say that, do you believe the separation of morality and state? Nobody does. So all laws are reflections of morality, and all morality comes from some. There is no such thing as neutral morality. And we believe, founders believe, because they put it in the halls of Congress, they put it in the Supreme Court, and they put it all throughout the country, which that the Decalogue, the Ten Commandments, is the core morality of how society, civilization should exist, right? The Ten Commandments of every person. And finally, and this is the kicker, if the founding fathers were not Bible believing church-saying Christians, why did they put Leviticus on Liberty Bell? Not John, not Psalms, not Proverbs, not Genesis, Leviticus. Most Americans can't spell Leviticus. Leviticus 25:19, proclaim liberty throughout the land in which you are. It is one of the most sinister, most unsubstantiated lies that does not come up against any sort of academic scrutiny. This idea that the founding fathers were a bunch of enlightenment common law deists. The reason they hate it is because the reason they must say this is that if we actually go back to our Christian roots, and we go back to where we once were, it's America's best hope for revival. You don't want to add anything? Sorry, back over to. I think can't touch that. Hey guys, big fan. I know I ran into my fridge here with my wife and my younger brother and some of my other best friends. I know I ran into you two last night. But just want to elaborate on that a little bit about that tragedy and ask a question. And Charlie, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, but we lost our 18-year-old brother back in October to an accident in our front yard. And we're constantly told like, oh, you guys might have to move on. You guys might need to kind of like put it in the past. It happened, get over it. And we do have really good days where we get to share his story and share the gospel, but with those good days, there's also some really, really bad days where anger comes out, and I mean, I might get mad at my family, but the kids. What's your advice, and what do you have to say about how to cope with those really bad days that we have, all of us collectively being really close to him after his loss?
All right, I'm really sorry for your loss, brother. It stinks. And it's one of the reasons I'm so glad that in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul writes, death is the last enemy. I am sick and tired of hearing people say, oh, death is just part of nature. So just accept it. No, I don't accept death. That's why we fund hospitals. That's why we have medicine, because we are against death and we're for life. And that's what Jesus said. I've come that you might have life and have it to the full. Second point. All right, wife and brother, family. You've heard the man say, I'm hurting. At a time I'm okay. But at other times I get really angry. He's been honest, right? Been honest with all of us. Been vulnerable. So now we got to be patient with each other, right? We got to love each other through the hard times, and it's a hard time you're passing. The most difficult day of my life was when my 7-year-old niece was knocked into an early grave, horrible car accident, and I had to go out to Madison, Wisconsin, where my brother, who's a transplant surgeon at UW-Madison, was transplanting kidneys and livers. I had to walk with him around a field behind his home in Madison, Wisconsin. And he's pouring out his heart to me about the death of his 7-year-old daughter. If anybody thinks they got an easy answer for that question, they're nuts. The honest answer first is, I do not know why the babysitter didn't see the stop sign, why she went right through the stop sign and a pickup truck at 55 miles an hour came careening down the road, smashing into the car, sending my 7-year-old niece into an early grave. I don't know why God allowed that to happen. And so therefore we got to be patient with each other. We got to love each other. We got to be committed to each other as we go through these painful, difficult times. Third point is, what's comfort? Comfort is presence. So you being together as a family with your presence is crucial. And even more important is God's presence with you, the presence of Jesus Christ. And that's where all of this talk and all of these answers to all these difficult questions gets real practical. It's not an issue of a good answer to a difficult question now. It's an issue of presence. I need you to be with me because I'm hurting. My loved one died and it stinks. And now all of a sudden faith comes. It's now taking over. I know the presence of God. Brother, I'm 70 years old, so you're a lot younger than me, and I'm still working on that. I want to know the presence of God because it's hard. And I was really ticked when Time magazine came out with Mother Teresa on the cover saying, oh, the woman struggled with doubt. See, she didn't really have real faith. Oh, baloney. Give me a break. There is such a thing as depression. There is such a thing as loneliness. The snot gets kicked out of you by life. So now we got to know Christ.
And I find great comfort that in Philippians 3:10, Paul writes, I want to know Christ and the power of his resurrection and the fellowship of sharing in his suffering. Remember, you worship a suffering God. Got the snot kicked out of him and he's nailed to a wooden cross. So you can connect with this God. This God can connect with you. He's a suffering God. And then ultimately, brother, we have the solution to suffering. We're going to go through good times. We're going to go through hard times in this life, and you're going through them now, both of them. And we have the ultimate solution for suffering and death. And that solution is eternal life in a heaven where there will be no more stillbirth, no more cancer, no more heart failure, no more little kids getting knocked into early graves by ridiculous car accidents, but eternal life in the presence of God. So come on, my atheist agnostic friend, let's go into the hospital. Come on, my atheist agnostic friend, let's go into the room where the baby lies, whose body's being shredded by terminal cancer. What are you going to do? You're going to wave your fist in God's face and blame God? That's a cop-out. That's misplaced blame. I, as a follower of Christ, walk to the other side of the bed, and I too will hold that child's hand and seek to comfort that child. But in Jesus Christ, I've got a suffering God who gives a rip about death, about grieving people, who wants to comfort us and wrap his arms around us. That, my friend, is the solution to the very real problem of suffering and death. Jesus Christ. So I think you do. This is all bring all the word comes to his
So as you got
J. Robert Oppenheimer might be the most important physicist to have ever lived. He never won a Nobel Prize, but he changed the world more than most Nobel Prize winners. Under his leadership, the best physicists of the 20th century built the atomic bomb, forever changing the course of history.
There's another world war. The civilization may go under.
Has affected every war waged and every peace settled since the end of World War II. He also created a way for humanity to destroy itself.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of the world.
This video was about how to build an atomic bomb, the life of Oppenheimer, and why serious scientists were worried about the explosion setting fire to the atmosphere, ending all life on Earth. Part of this video is brought to you by Brain. When J. Robert Oppenheimer was 21, he placed an apple laced with toxic chemicals on the desk of his physics tutor. The tutor, Patrick Blackett, was an experimentalist, and he had hounded Robert to do more of what he thought Robert wasn't very good at, experimental work. Oppenheimer had already been spending his days in a corner of J.J. Thomson's basement laboratory, attempting to make thin films of beryllium, which were used to study electrons. But Oppenheimer was clumsy and not good at this work.
He was soon avoiding his duties in the lab, spending his time listening to lectures and reading physics journals. It was 1925, and the 21-year-old Oppenheimer was becoming fascinated by the new field of quantum mechanics. Despite being surrounded by brilliant physicists like Rutherford and Chadwick, Oppenheimer was deeply unhappy. He wrote, "I'm having a pretty bad time. The lab work is a terrible bore, and I'm so bad at it that it's impossible to feel that I'm learning anything." A friend walked in on him lying on the floor of his room, which he called a miserable hole, groaning and rolling from side to side in emotional anguish. It was in this state that Robert attempted to poison Blackett. The specifics are lost to history. There are conflicting reports if Oppenheimer used cyanide or something he found in the lab which would have just made Blackett sick. This story sounds unbelievable, but Oppenheimer himself confirmed it. Luckily, Blackett did not eat the apple, but the attempted poisoning became known to the Cambridge University authorities. Robert's parents were visiting their son from the US at the time, and Julius Oppenheimer successfully lobbied Cambridge not to press criminal charges. Due to his family's wealth, Robert wasn't even expelled from Cambridge on the condition that he had periodic counseling sessions with a psychiatrist in London. In the summer of 1926, Robert traveled to the University of Göttingen. The chairman of the department was Max Born, who just 2 years earlier had coined the term quantum mechanics. Born was reportedly a thoughtful and gentle teacher that nurtured the work of Werner Heisenberg, Wolfgang Pauli, Enrico Fermi, and Eugene Wigner, basically the who's who of quantum mechanics. The class that Oppenheimer was in was also extraordinary, including luminaries like Paul Dirac and John von Neumann. Where the academic culture at Cambridge focused on experimental physics, Göttingen was all about theoretical physics. And under Max Born's mentorship, Oppenheimer thrived. His mental health improved, and he found a community of people who were as obsessed with physics as he was. On November 14th, 1926, Robert wrote to Frank, his younger brother, "You would like Göttingen. I find the work hard, thank God, and almost pleasant." Robert was thriving, and his talent was being recognized. Born later wrote, "He was a man of great talent, and he was conscious of his superiority in a way which was embarrassing and led to trouble." When Oppenheimer was 23, he graduated with his PhD in physics. He wrote his thesis in German on the quantum theory of continuous spectra. All in all, he published more than a dozen papers in the 2 years he was at Göttingen. Many of them expanded upon the work of Werner Heisenberg, who was just 3 years older than Oppenheimer. The two eventually met in 1927. Same year, Heisenberg published his groundbreaking paper on the quantum uncertainty principle. By all accounts, the pair got along well. There was no way to know that just 15 years later, they would be deadly rivals, attempting to build the first nuclear bomb, Oppenheimer for the USA, Heisenberg for Nazi Germany. At the time, it was thought that getting significant amounts of energy out of radioactive atoms was impossible. Ever since the discovery of radioactivity by Henri Becquerel, Marie and Pierre Curie in the late 1890s, it was known that radioactivity was a passive process. Unstable atoms would just decay at random, unpredictable times. And surely there was no way to control that. In 1933, Ernest Rutherford, Oppenheimer's old boss from Cambridge, wrote that anyone who expects a source of power from the transformations of these atoms is talking moonshine. That same year, Albert Einstein said that there is not the slightest indication that nuclear energy will ever be obtainable. It would mean that the atom would have to be shattered at will. So how would you break an atomic nucleus? Well, you could take a proton and accelerate it through a large electric field and then smash it into a nucleus. This is exactly what John Cockcroft and Ernest Walton did in 1932. They accelerated protons into lithium nuclei, breaking them apart. The pair would later win a Nobel Prize for this work. But a proton is positively charged, so it's repelled by all nuclei, which are also positively charged. So to give them a hope of overcoming this barrier, Cockcroft and Walton had to use 250,000 volts to accelerate the protons. Even then, only about 1 in a billion protons actually hit and split a lithium nucleus. So this would not be an effective way to get energy. But there is another way. In 1932, the neutron was discovered. This subatomic particle that's about 0.1% heavier than a proton, and it has no electric charge. So a neutron would not be repelled from a nucleus. And in 1933, Leo Szilard was thinking about how you could use neutrons to split nuclei. It suddenly occurred to me that if we could find an element which is split by neutrons and which would emit 2 neutrons when it absorbed 1 neutron, such an element, if assembled in sufficiently large mass, could sustain a nuclear chain reaction. But the thing is, nobody knew if there was an element that had a kind of nucleus that would do that. On the 29th of January, 1939, Luis Alvarez, a promising young physicist, was getting a haircut while reading the San Francisco Chronicle. Suddenly, he got out of the chair halfway through the haircut and ran to Oppenheimer's office. Alvarez read an article about how 2 German chemists, Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann, had successfully split an atom of uranium by bombarding it with neutrons. Oppenheimer was not impressed. That's impossible, he reportedly told the young Alvarez, proceeding to mathematically prove on his blackboard why fission could never be achieved. But the next day, Alvarez had repeated the experiment and invited Oppenheimer to see it. Alvarez later recalled that in less than 15 minutes, he not only agreed that the reaction was authentic, but also speculated that in the process, extra neutrons would boil off that could be used to split more uranium atoms, thereby generate power or make bombs. When a single atom of uranium-235 splits apart, it loses a little bit of mass, which is released as energy, following Einstein's mass-energy equivalence. That is a tiny amount of energy, about 20 times less than the amount required to raise a grain of sand the thickness of a piece of paper. But atoms are also tiny. In a 1 kilogram lump of uranium, there are about a trillion such energy quickly. In August of 1939, Einstein, who just 6 years earlier believed that nuclear bombs were impossible, signed his name to a letter addressed to President Franklin Roosevelt. The letter, actually written by Szilard, warned Roosevelt of the possibility of nuclear weapons. It also pointed out that Germany had access to uranium from the mines in Czechoslovakia, which was recently taken over by the Nazis. Roosevelt began an informal uranium committee to discuss this topic. In 1941, Roosevelt upgraded the informal uranium committee to the S1 committee, which would report directly to the White House. The explicit goal was to develop an atomic bomb. And in May 1942, Oppenheimer was hired onto the committee to lead. So, well, after completing his PhD, Oppenheimer completed physics course, first in Berkeley, then at Caltech. The brilliancy of Charles Enderman's works to which didn't fade. He had philosophy to remarkable, like stage physics career. In the 15 years after finishing his PhD, Oppenheimer made important contributions to from nuclear physics to quantum field theory and even astrophysics. He had a number of Nobel Prize-winning ideas. Students and became awarded, but Oppenheimer himself was nominated 3 times, but never actually won. When it comes to making thought that Oppenheimer ever won the Nobel Prize, Uri Gelman said that the Sitzfleisch, a German word that translates to sitting flesh. He filled this in a chair for a long time in the hard work. He never broke a long digital multiplication. You have the patience for that. A colleague also said, scientists are very good, but his calculations are almost wrong. But Oppenheimer was a natural and charismatic leader. This combination is charisma's ability to generate the ideas and serve him well over the next phase of his life. On the 18th of September 1942, General Leslie Groves was put in charge of the manufacturing. On day one, he ordered 1,200 tons of uranium ore. The next day, he ordered to buy the Oak Ridge site where the ore would be refined. The next month, in a surprising move, he chose Oppenheimer to be the science director of the soon-to-be established Los Alamos Laboratory. Oppenheimer had just been selected to be the chief architect of the atomic. You had to start a channel today. $0. What would you do? And start a channel today with no money. But I do. Do I have money? No. So it's hopeless. Very small bank. Here. If you had to start a channel today, $0. What would you do? And start a channel today with no money. But I do. Can't spend money then. It's probably something endurance maybe. It's so I'm thinking like, has anyone ever lied shooting themselves for like a year, just like a year straight? I don't think so. Yeah, something like that. You had to start a channel today. $0. What would you do? And start a channel today with no money. But I do. Do I have money? No. If you had to start a channel today, $0. What would you do? And start a channel today with no money. But I do. Do I have money? No. So I'm just homeless. No. So I'm just homeless. Very small rate. You're making $42,000 a year. No. So I'm just homeless. Very small rate. You're making $42,000 a year. No, no, you're 40, you really? Very small rate. You're making $42,000 a year. All right. I don't know, maybe 40. Very small rate. You're making $42,000 a year. I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I'm thinking like money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So, $1,000 a year. Very small bank account. You're making $42,000 a year. I don't know. I mean, small bank account. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Um, um, I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably. Um, um, you had a certain channel today, $0. What would you do? You start a channel today with no money. What do I do? Do I have money? No. So I'm just homeless. Very small bank account. Might not be. Small bank account. I don't know. Small bank account. I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I'm thinking like, has anyone ever live streamed themselves like a year, just like a year straight? I don't think so. Yeah, something like that. If you had to start a channel today, $0, what would you do? And start a channel today with no money. What would I do? Do I have money? No. So I'm just homeless. There. Your small bank account. I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I'm thinking like very small bank account. I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I'm thinking like, is it? People ever live stream themselves for like a year, just like a year straight? I don't think so. Yeah, so. If you had to start a channel today, $0, what would you do? And start a channel today with no money. What would I do? Do I have money? No. So I'm just homeless. Very small bank account. I don't know. I mean, at that point, if you really can't spend money, then it's probably something endurance based. So I'm thinking like, has anyone ever live streamed themselves for like a year, just like a year straight? I don't think so. Yeah, something like that. Vacation.
It's actually a basic. First, which was my first. Myself. I got this. So I just sleep. Let's slow down. Suppose it. I sit down. It's one week.
Can you believe this guy? He is going viral for wearing an Obama 2028 shirt at an anti-Trump protest. What a clown. Obama already serves his terms. He can't run for a third term in 2028.
Here you go.
This is Democratic
Remodeling the
state.
Still blowing up.
What the fuck you crying? First, you try and you try till you really fuck it up. Okay, thank you. Take care. Bye bye. What the fuck you crying? First, you know that. It's there. But you choose violence upon the night. Violence is coming to you. You even like that.
You had to start a channel today. $0. What would you do?
Beats and chick two for the day. Find out. Units. They beats and chick two for the day. And find out.
to another episode of weird situations I get into while doing my self-portrait photography. This is the one that almost broke me. Physically, it was the most challenging and probably my most expensive photo shoot to date. First, I had to buy over 1,000 pounds of sand and haul that out to a field where, of course, it was midsummer and well over 38 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Just dumping the sand out was so exhausting.
What I'm going to show you in this video is not going to be easy to watch. You need to understand that it has happened in the past, and this is still happening. I will say, one of the reasons that God even the children of Israel wiped out certain people in the surrounding country, that's not because they were just bad people. They were not the same thing. Like sacrificing their children to God of old. Because they think because they're on an image that comes from you consider the children of God missing in the states. What you got about their these children building. And yes, we think two things like investigating found the trafficking. But that doesn't account for the children are still missing. So, Today is the trickiest part. Because of events to like their jobs, the business are broken, the official had to clean their seats. He have a small platform there. Came back with the police come put it down and exploded over 30 people. So that they want to get you. They're just the government. Zero office issues, everything. Government is easy. So it's the whole burns down all the government building. Other building, there's homes like the admitted through that it changed their government officials like they're admitted through the towns of river. So we think that including members of the police that they faced into the river as well. I mean, they even broke down the building because allegedly we built with the big politicians resigned to be. They did all this study to taking anyone else. Like, this thing that the work that the prime minister's wife was in the house that ever. It was actually the protesters that found her inside, saved her life, took her to the hospital where she's currently recovering. Because in reality, these people even helping supplies of other ministers. This was actually abandoned by her husband, by the way. Pretty big. They actually helped her get to a hospital because Tommy was reactionary and that was the plan they did that they were going to, but it was a reaction to the fact that they were taking lives. Ryan and the leaders saw an opportunity to read it. They were actually the ones that set a lot of them fire. And I did see a bunch of videos of people that were way older than Gen Z that were breaking into abandoned police stations, stealing guns and ammo. And the night that the parliament burnt down, it did get a little dark in the hall. The next story. The people, I'm not talking about a couple. I'm talking about
If you have sort of jail.
To introduce our keynote presentation.
Bad. But if my head was on this table, people would definitely. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I could spend like the next hour explaining about it. You know, for the most part, try out sports when you don't like, and you know, spend the time doing.
I think MKBHD last year at this event talked about you telling him to basically turn it off.
That's is like the thing.
Been extra magnet or just in case of protest. Really? Okay. There was one in Holland when I was here. They were walking across the street, specifically stopped to let them. They were all thanking me for stopping and smiling. And then I turned up, turned out my window really all across the street, but it's like America First, baby. They all turned around and like the looks to seeing your age and then hearing you sound. An extra magnet in my car just in case. Really? There was one in Holland. Literally.
Later of this map.
Yeah. So this no means no. No means no, and stop means stop, but you would both agree. Two parties are intoxicated, there's gray area, right?
No, I know.
Actually, yes, the law said that consent cannot be given or withdrawn if both parties or either party is intoxicated. That's the law. The law here in California is that if one party is intoxicated, it is raped by either the woman or the man. That's gray area. So did you know that if you have sex with an intoxicated person, you're a rapist? Did you know that? That's what the law says. That's what I meant by gray area. I encourage people to look into that because when it's past 2 a.m. and both parties are intoxicated, by law, they're actually both committing rape. According to California law and national law in every state, if one or both parties are intoxicated, consent is not a thing. You are not allowed to intoxicated person. No means no. It's not simple.
I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I could spend like the next hour explaining about it. You know, for the most part, try out sports that you don't like and, you know, spend the time doing the things you like.
I think MKBHD last year at this event talked about you telling him to basically hand off the elements of the videos that are things he's not passionate about and are just taken away from his time. And then him telling me that inspired me to do something like similar for myself.
I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk, in the middle of the assassination in Utah Valley. There's interview about over the last 10 years. Sounds like I'm not done. Right. I'm thinking in there because Charlie, very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging. And I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with. I do definitely respect how much he's willing to resist to ensure that, you know.
But no money. Start a challenge.
How to start a challenge?
Very conservative, for sure. And very chanting Trump, chanting USA. Commercial thing like pride flags and Palestine flags, things like that. And you know, there was like bit of sponsoring back and forth. But not very out of hand. Most of the debaters were either like asking questions like Runner, Jordan, or like some like theological debates about distinctions between
It's probably something endurance based. So I think like, has anyone ever live stream?
debating, like debating Trump.
Giving you these extra days. So you'll see we're good. I had to learn stream yes, and all that. I had to learn all that. So you'll see for a good portion of you. Okay, now what's your opinion about that? Mileage tax from 2022. And what are you charging for cents a mile? I'm against the mileage tax. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You track our mileage, like I just talked about like 6 miles. It's up there. It's like very big high gas taxes. Mileage tax. You're gonna pay mileage tax. It's just amazing. I agree. Yay! Okay, thanks, Charlie. Okay, now what's your opinion about that? Mileage tax.
If you had to start a challenge,
They want to charge for cents a mile. I'm against the miles.
if you had to start a challenge today, zero. If you had to start a challenge today,
It's up there. It's like very big high gas taxes and mileage tax.
if you had to start a challenge today,
I'm in the worst shape I could possibly be in. I couldn't get in any worse shape. This guy behind the camera, do you think he can beat Jeff Race? Race. Do you think he can race? Every single one thinks they can beat their own man in a race. It's time to show them that I'm still the boss. And I am an athlete. I didn't used to be an athlete. I still am an athlete. Am I an athlete? What am I not an athlete of?
$0.
Right. Aaron, and get ready to head for the board. Self situated, self situated. It's a new year, and getting ready to head for the board one whole year.
My children my arms from Australia. And I say fuck the Australians for that.
challenge today, $0. What would you do? And start.
President. They can shoot us.
They go with 1 day and 1 week and a they go with 5 days.
Wakes up. God.
Get to the right, head straight, cleaned up, and I was pretty and I took Louis to North Carolina, which is where I live right now. And I just
Wisconsin experiment.
which is where
So my
I live in North Carolina.
Keep in mind, this is 2005. It took 17 hours to hop back in.
It's a minute.
I think this is where I'm at right now.
This video on YouTube back then, 8 for minutes.
I had a search down today. $0. What would you do? I had a search down today. $0. What would you do? I had started sales today with no money. And I didn't get from me.
Then I'm gonna skin it.
If you had a search down today, $0. What would you do?
For answering day and nights, never sleeping. My boss is like, you can't answer that. Says my social experiment.
If you had a search down today, $0. What would you do? I had a search down today. $0.
That's right. A lot of people are today to see that
$0.
tragedy has disappeared. Every morning,
You had a search down today. $0. What would you do? If you had a search down today,
why are they doing
$0.
this?
What would you do?
There's in their ever ongoing fight to stop the rat problem. Keep in mind, the owners are already paying monthly for trash.
I had a search down today.
It's a 55-gallon trash can, which is maybe 2 black trash bags. And the city has embraced it for $1 million to study these trash cans to make sure that the rat population cannot get inside of them.
I had a search down today.
Tiny trash can.
$0.
Get fined. Starting at $50 first and
$0.
$3.
I had a search down today. $0. What would you do? Start sales today.
City.
Search down today. $0. What would you do? Start sales today. $0. What would you do? Start sales today. Start a channel. $0. Start a channel. I did.
It's just basically explain to you. So you was navigated into higher cameras, and cameras below. And learn about it. David prints fronts. And this is since everything couldn't figure it out. But he'd probably still be at large if his father didn't encourage him to turn himself again. And Robinson said that.
This week there was a video on airplane which showed the first lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel. Do you have any world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed.
This week there was a video on airplane.
If you want to be scared every time you drive over a bridge, look at your city's projected fall date for the bridge that you're driving. Yeah, every bridge has a projected fall rate or date because engineers don't build bridges like to be the best bridges. Like they just build them the most efficient. Like, oh yeah, this is the best we can do without it falling. Like, no, it's not the best that we can do at all. It's the best we can do without it falling. We think every bridge has a projected fall date, and sometimes it's like 20 years ago. Like, it was projected to fall 20 years ago. That means it could just happen today. Yeah, at any point. If you want to be scared every time you drive over a bridge, look at your city's projected fall date for the bridge that you're going to be driving. Yeah, every bridge has a projected fall rate or date because Engineers don't build bridges like to be the best bridges and like never fall. They should build them.
So this company lets you order sunlight.
Yeah. He said, but you still be a white supremacist if you were in a more diverse work family.
Do you think I'm a white supremacist?
For white supremacists, my dad watched a lot of you. He said, if you weren't out here preaching hate and working on your 3-pointers, you think you'd probably be better at that?
You should be ashamed of your father.
I'm definitely not. My father's an amazing man.
Yeah.
He cares about American citizens.
Your father, I don't recognize. I'm not a white supremacist. Honestly, shame on him. For someone that runs an organization called Plexit, do you know what Plexit is? It's literally, we employ 40 Black Americans that work in Atlanta, Chicago, and Philadelphia, trying to improve the well-being of inner city Black America. What has your father ever done for inner city Black America? They call me a white supremacist. And by the way, secondly, it's just so ridiculous. It's like, it's not
for your companies or whatever you do.
So
It's not make you a white supremacist.
What is a white supremacist?
White supremacist is somebody who takes advantage and believes that they are higher than everybody else.
Do I believe that?
I have no idea.
Okay, exactly. And so there's no evidence whatsoever. And yet people go around sloppily saying, you're a racist, you're a white supremacist. You're a white supremacist. It is so destructive to our dialogue. It's destructive to us coming together as a country, and there's nothing to support it whatsoever. So thank you for your time. Shame on your father for peddling them prick.
Yeah. He said, would you still be a white supremacist? I have a sign here. True Christians love everyone. Would you say you believe in this sign?
Yes, but define love.
Love. To respect. Respect someone enough, not judge them, do not hate them for what they're doing, no matter what it is.
Do you lie to people you love?
Do I lie to people I love? You know, I don't lie about
Should be in the ideal, when you love somebody, should you lie to them?
depends on the lie. So, let me give an example here. Say, you have a sibling. Say you have a sibling and they have a dress on, and it is just the ugliest thing you've ever seen. Are you going to tell them that dress is ugly? You need to change it.
Yes. In fact, I'll do it in a way that is filled with love. But I love my sister so much that if I feel if she's going to leave the house and be made fun of, I won't let her do that. Because that's what love is all. You see, love is not
to make her feel ugly saying.
Well, no, in fact,
How would you say it to make them not feel
I'd say, listen, I care a lot about you. I think that maybe you should change that outfit. Let's see what other outfits.
But if she's like, no, I spent a lot on this. I'm really proud. I think this looks great. Are you going to say that what she thinks look great doesn't look great to
I would say, look, you could
Having
obviously
started
wear
channel today,
whatever you want.
$0. What would you do?
That if you wear that dress out in public, it might not be
I started a channel today with no money.
I'd be remiss not to say that if I actually loved my sister. I'd be remiss because love is not affirmation. Love is not confirmation. Love is making sure that you care so much about the other that you're willing to challenge and point out flaws when you see them.
Sorry,
and have
I'm
the
having
courage
trouble with
to
the connection.
articulate it.
Please try
That's
again in a
what love
moment.
is. It's embodied by Christ and Lord.
What would you do?
Because you have true love right there.
Started a channel today with no money.
She's like Christianity. You have a specific sect.
It's like evangelical, basically. The type of
Started a channel today with no money. Thank you. Right.
$30 plus focus.
That's homeless.
Hope he accepts Jesus in his heart.
The sign. True Christians love everyone. Would you say you believe in this sign?
Yes,
Right.
but love.
Right now, Texas is going through what the U.S. would call a constitutional crisis, and we're living in another country. Here's what you should know. At the beginning of every decade, each state redraws its congressional districts to reflect new census data. Redrawing districts in the middle of the decade is exceedingly rare and is usually the result of a court order. Another piece of context, the president's party almost always loses seats in Congress during a midterm election, especially in a president's second term. And Republicans already have a race with the majority in the House of Representatives as it is. Because of this, Trump is pushing Republican states to redraw their congressional districts to create more Republican-leaning seats. The main target is which have 2024 elections had even the state's governor Greg Abbott, arguably the second most conservative governor in the nation, was skeptical of the idea that Joe personally called Abbott and helped him skeptical, especially.
You haven't started a channel today. $0. What would you do?
Proposed a new map that
And started a channel today with no money.
What I do. To me, just looking for a different place to be sitting. The Republicans hold a solid majority in the state. As a last resort, nearly all Democratic state representatives left. Just because of a rule that the state house can't vote on anything without at least 100 members present or absent. Many are staying in Chicago with the help of Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, but some went to other blue states. Walkout has become a proxy battle in the upcoming Texas Senate race. Senator John Cornyn, usually a moderate, asked the FBI to track down the Democratic lawmakers and bring them back to Texas. It's clear that he's doing that to shore up conservative support because he's facing a primary challenge from far-right State Attorney General Ken Paxton. Plans to try and remove all of the Democrats from office on bribery charges. The remaining state representatives voted to issue arrest warrants for the missing Democrats, which literally means nothing because state troopers don't have jurisdiction outside of Texas. But Abbott is all on board. Let me repeat. Sitting governor is calling for the arrest of opposition legislators because they won't play ball with an unprecedented effort to weaken their party.
Big Dogs at $20. Tucker Carlson says his wife is part Jewish on yesterday's episode of the All In Podcast at 5654.
Dude, no fucking way. Is that real? No. Dude, no way. No way. Is that real? Let's not get too excited. What's the it's 56, 54. Let's take a look. Why has no one clipped this yet?
How do you not see? I just really can't spend money to it's probably something endurance based. So I think like, is it right now? I feel very social this year. Just like you straight.
I like people. And I just feel that way. And I'm not going to play the game to be like, oh, actually, my wife is part Jewish or whatever. I like my play. I'm not going to do that. I think we should stand on principle. Don't punish the innocent. I don't care who you are. No one has a special dispensation that allows him or his country to punish the innocent. And if you do, I'm going to call you one.
Very
Oh, man. They just back up. My assessment back up Tucker on the best.
Very
basic conservatism is not believing that anything is sacred.
Thank you, David Sachs. I feel like Charlie Kirk when Trump won the election. You know that clip where Charlie Kirk wins the election? And they put the hat over his head. This is like me right now, dude. No way. No way. What? We're just learning that now.
homeless.
Oh my. Okay. So your wife is Jewish. Your dad is in the CIA. Anything else? Anything else we need to know?
I don't know. I mean, at that point, you really can't spend money. Then it's probably something endurance based. So yeah.
So you want to make just fall around the subject. Okay. So your dad and the CIA.
I don't know. At that point, you really can't spend money. Then it's something endurance based.
Yeah. Just run our background check portion here. Holy dude, it just gets better right now.
Big Dogs at $20.
Very small bank account. I don't know. I mean, at that point, it's really can't. So I imply that uncertainty to your mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Now, that might sound ridiculous. That might sound absurd. I understand as well. I get married to convince themselves from their legacy of polygamous criminals.
I think a sincere effort to to be a part of the broader world. And the church sort of looked at its 19th century in some respects as a failure, precisely because it had been alienated from the broader society in which it lived. And at the same time, I think that it's a way for the church to demonstrate that it is a good church and that it does belong, because they have that sort of chip on their shoulder.
But they don't just assimilate, they actually kind of overcompensate to become more American than most Americans. They lean hard into the American ideal of the nuclear family, the opposite of polygamy. They encourage family life for all of their members. During Prohibition, it was illegal to sell in the United States. The Mormons jump on board. The leader of the church starts to the rules against alcohol, coffee, tea, and smoking. Tens of thousands of Mormons go fight in World War I. They donate money to the war effort.
In 1880s, they because they mark it as the death of actual democracy and liberties of American dignity, the anti-polygamy persecution. And then in the early 1900s, they're actually celebrating America's founding. They're embracing these patriotic myths, the General Conference addresses are praising America. They're emphasizing their patriotic bona fides.
Well, part of the church is interested in its own success. And part of the way that it can do that is by imitating their neighbors, but not only imitating them, trying to do it even better.
This is working. Mormons are rebranding, they're becoming more mainstream, they're like serving as lawmakers, but very quickly, by like the 1930s, this assimilation effort creates a problem, a pretty existential problem that strikes at the very heart of the belief system. Remember the founder Joseph Smith that we're translated a book of scripture from ancient records, just like the Bible, but here in the Americas. Saying that the Book of Mormon was the record of a lost American civilization. It had specific names and battles, and languages and technologies. Because it was so literal and specific, it made itself verifiable. Either true or it's not, which also made it vulnerable to science, archaeology and geology and linguistics and anthropology. Pressing, and those who look at Joseph's translations and claims see them as a fantasy, as an invention of Smith himself. And soon it wasn't just non-believers. The dissent was coming from within. Bringing the control the center of the church. And the words of this, the thing that holds it, so here we are in the 1930s on BYU campus, and that history, the veracity of this book, The Keystone, is being questioned and challenged by science and modern thought, PhDs and intellectuals diluting and reinterpreting the core evidence of the church's veracity. Now remember, the church leaders were trying to modernize and assimilate the Mormon church away from its pagan past. This was going too far, and it was having an effect on the devotion of the members. BYU students were getting really lax. Their beliefs were becoming symbolic. They were going to churches that didn't pay their tithing. Up in Salt Lake City, they are concerned. This willingness to reinterpret traditional Mormon beliefs in light of new scientific and historical learnings. This stuff, according to the leaders, would quote, strike at the heart of our LDS teachings. And Joseph Fielding Smith, leaders will become prophets someday, says it most plainly and accurately, which is, if such views become dominant in the church, then we may as well close up shop and say to the world that Mormonism is a failure. And I think he's right. This was existential. If this modernizing of Mormon doctrine had continued, then the church could have ended up as a much less literal faith. It could have still been a Christian church, but with a much more symbolic interpretation of Joseph Smith's seeing God, what the Book of Mormon actually is. That would have been a much less compelling message. To take away the keystone, the thing falls apart. They would still have their central claim that Jesus Christ is the Savior of the world. Every Christian church has that. That's not special. Devotion to the message, the thing that drove people across the ocean and across the plains to sacrifice their lives and everything they had for the building of the kingdom on earth, relied on the veracity of the Book of Mormon and the claims that Joseph Smith actually saw God, and that he was chosen by God to create the one true church and prepare the world for the second coming.
you see a real legitimate struggle among Mormons about which direction they're going to go. Many of the intellectuals and many of the lay membership is sort of shifting in the modernist direction, and some of the leadership as well. And at the same time, you have other leaders who are nervous about that, who are wanting to kind of fight to hold on to some of those earlier values, fundamentalist, conservative Christians.
So the church leaders needed some kind of stability, some kind of control. They needed to restart the fervor that the church was founded on. They needed to fortify their keystone. So one of the top Mormon leaders at the time heads south towards Provo. He's going to go save the church. Here he is talking to all of the leaders and faculty at BYU. He tells them explicitly that they are to teach the scriptures and the words of church leaders, not to promote their private interpretations of church beliefs. He emphasizes a literal reading of the Bible and the Book of Mormon. He emphasizes obedience and certainty, telling these professors that they, quote, are to stand as watchmen upon the towers of Zion, and that they will be held accountable if they don't. The message was clear. There is one truth. It is very clearly articulated by the leaders who are the prophets, seers, and leaders, and that they are not to stray from that. Now, a quick reminder that the church wasn't like this before. Joseph Smith founded a church that was full of debate and contradiction and interpretation and symbols. I mean, in the early days, there were star systems where God lived. Some of the leaders said that the Holy Spirit was made up of physical but intelligent elements. God certainly had many wives, and men and women who were sealed by the priesthood can one day become gods themselves. And there were tons of gods, more gods than the particles contained in a million earths. Women were experimenting with rituals in the temple, invoking God's authority, developing a sacred feminine theology and a belief in a heavenly mother, God's wife. My point here is that for the first 100 years, the church was like full of interpretation. There was not one centralized, articulated belief system. The leaders would disagree with each other and they debated. And this worked when they were just a small band of renegades in the mountains of Utah, far away from thinking and science. That flexible, mystical approach would not work in this new era of the church, one where the church was now in the world, as we say, integrating with the rest of society, and now under threat by modern thinking and scientific scrutiny. So this speech at BYU, J. Reuben Clark is the guy who's giving the speech. And I'm not going to give you a play-by-play of everything that happens in modern history, but this J. Reuben Clark word is so important because it sets a clear, firm direction for the church, a movement towards a more standardized, literal, controlled theology, one that is not overly debated by its members.
From the 1890s and 1930s, there were a number of potential trajectories the faith could have taken. J. Reuben Clark's version won, but that doesn't mean that the dissenters went away. They just had to morph over the years, and they've always been a minority, but they've always been a loud minority.
We'll get back to this central tension in just a minute, but first, something is changing about the Mormons' look. So this rebrand away from polygamy and towards hyper-American ideals continues, and it soon affects these beards. After decades of donning long, Wild West frontier beards, this quote expression of non-conformity with the rest of the United States, the newly hyper-American Mormons did away with the facial hair. This is David O. McKay, he's one of the prophets, leaders of the church. He's the first prophet to go totally clean shaven. He gets up in front of the members, starts to talk to them more about the way you look to others, to non-Mormons. He starts talking about white shirts. Quote, we are not so poor that we can't afford clean white shirts. White shirts.
David O. McKay is a fashionable guy. He's got a great haircut. He's clean shaven.
So the long Brigham Young beards are vanished by the middle of the 1800s. And this is further codified at BYU. BYU is kind of like the cultural center of the Mormon church. And they implement these grooming standards, the honor code, which says you can't have beards.
Church leaders are kind of adopting these new fashion statements in these years and start to look like the modern businessman during the middle of the 20th century. These identities, these practices, these kind of cultural tropes of what the good American would look like. And that really defines the course of the 20th century as the church is adapting to this new environment.
And this is why I looked like this for many years. I can't convey to you how big of a deal these grooming standards were in my entire life up into my adulthood. When you were a teenager in the church, you were given a little book that is effectively the manual on how you are to behave and dress and look. There's a whole section about grooming. Show respect for the Lord and yourself by dressing appropriately for church meetings and activities. Now, this is a whole different thing if you were a teenage girl in the church. Your version of the book focused a lot on what you wear, modesty. Shorts and skirts below the knees, no sleeveless tops. One of the early editions of this book tell girls that their clothes should be comfortable and attractive without calling attention to a person's body. Strapless dresses and spaghetti straps are not acceptable, either on sundresses or evening dresses. Few girls or women ever look well in backless and strapless dresses. Such styles often make the figure look ungainly, large, and show the bony structures of the body.
You girls are untrue to yourselves if you encourage or allow this to happen. The way you dress or the way you act makes these guys think that you're interested in something different than you really are.
So yeah, you start to see a lot of control and emphasis put on how you look. From a young age, I was ironing white shirts and tying ties very often. And we were told explicitly that this wasn't just about showing respect for the Lord, but it was also about sending a message to other people, specifically non-Mormons. This is from one of the leaders in 2008. Quote, our outward appearance and behavior give a message. What message are we sending? Does it reflect that we are children of God? Kind of open-ended, but you get the point. Now, this was my one quiet rebellion as a Mormon teen. My too long, shaggy, blonde hair, which was always too long to meet the standard and was quickly done away with when I was called to serve a mission in Mexico and had to abide by much stricter standards that were not optional.
That kind of corporate representation that becomes really an important part of the way that Latter-day Saints are presenting themselves and is ultimately going to trickle down to the rest of the membership and especially the missionaries too, who are really going to adopt this costume as the brand of what Mormons look like.
I mean, the church was almost squashed by a negative perception of Mormons as polygamists. And so it's like built into the DNA of the organization to have a good public perception. We'll see more of that in a sec. Anyway, speaking of well-groomed missionaries, look at this graph of the number of Mormon missionaries going out into the field in like the middle of the century. This is right after World War II. These are like 19-year-old guys, some women, and they are assigned to some area in the world for around 2 years. They pay their own way, they're volunteers, and during this time they knock on doors and they try to get people to join the church, and it's totally working. We look at the growth of church members into the 50s and 60s, in large part because of this missionary effort.
The church is really successful in growing in Central America, in Europe, in the Pacific Islands, in Australia in the first couple of decades after World War II, in part because of its Americanness and in part because of its clean-cut symbolism of American values and especially anti-communist values in these years.
Soon I would be one of these guys doing the Lord's work in Tijuana. So at this point, the Mormon church is really successful. Their industrious work ethic has been redirected from building Zion in the mountains to building Zion within the American system and around the world. And the message is resonating and members are joining from all over the world. And they come in with different cultural backgrounds into this church that was started in upstate New York. And here we are back to this very existential debate that we saw in the 30s with J. Rubin Clark and the intellectuals at BYU. Well, it was sort of happening again, not with PhDs, but with like people in Samoa and France and Japan, who all came from very different cultural backgrounds. And we're now getting baptized into this very American church. This is a problem because it starts to fracture the message, the doctrine, the belief system. It blends with all of these traditions. The leaders back in Salt Lake didn't have control over exactly what they were teaching in every branch and church congregation around the world. So the leaders set about once again trying to unify the church under one message, so that a lesson being taught in Peru is the exact same as the one being taught in Peru. Otherwise, you'll start to get spin-off movies. They need a consistency every year.
Full-size Judy House that Disney contacts.
So the top leaders of the church get a committee together, and they spend a good part of the 60s rewriting everything. The manuals, all the official church doctrine and policies and procedures into super clear language. And once they started, they kept going. They decided they wanted to reshape not just the teaching manuals, but the entire organization. into a hierarchy that starts with the prophets, at the very top in Salt Lake, who would influence and control everything that happened below.
This time, all these super development of the church will be related on as a great the church. Will supersede
The bishop in every congregation anywhere on earth would get a handbook that lays out the official policies and procedures in black and white language. All local variations of beliefs and ways of doing things would be replaced with fresh, standardized manuals and direction from the top, with specific verbiage, words, and phrases on how to talk about Joseph Smith's revelations and how to teach the Book of Mormon, how to teach the Bible, what to say and what not to say. It would all need to be developed by these men in Salt Lake. We are wrestling with this tension, trying to modernize and mainstream the church, while also making sure that the very bold set of beliefs doesn't get watered down, because the devotion of the members relied on them buying into that central message, one that was under threat by different cultures or modern ways of thinking. And the answer to this big challenge is to centralize, to control, to bring everything under the priesthood in Salt Lake. Being the authority that God gave to Joseph Smith, that was given to all white men at the time, and then later to every defense or emphasized early 90s.
So that correlation movement is a sort of doctrinal consolidation, a pretty interesting technocratic revolution of reorganizing the entire church from top to bottom.
The women's organization is called the Relief Society. Had a long history of being autonomous, being sort of its own subculture within Mormonism. And they had a lot of control over what they taught, how they taught it. But under correlation,
the priesthood or the male body of the leadership really kind of takes control of all of that. The women's curriculum really changes during these years. The Relief Society, the women's organization, is really involved in social outreach and food drives, and providing social services was its kind of main mission. But in the post-World War II era, it shifts to teaching women how to be wives and mothers as its primary way of understanding itself.
they shut down the Relief Society's magazine and all other magazines and replaced them with 3 official approved magazines. One for adults, one for youth, and one for kids. And yes, that continued. I grew up with these magazines, the coffee table in my house. A comfy table that is something kind of comfy. And if you're wondering, like, what version of the Mormon doctrine and history won out in all of this, it's the one that J. Reuben Clark had preached to BYU faculty in the 30s. One that simultaneously distanced itself from the radical mystical or theological ideas of the early church, while simultaneously embracing and codifying and defining some of the very unique beliefs, a literal version of the church's mission. It's still totally centered on Jesus Christ, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's the official name of the church. But in these manuals, Jesus's atoning sacrifice was to be accessed exclusively through this system of rituals and authority and orderly procedure that was exclusively administered the LDS Church.
The conservative church leaders themselves are incredibly effective at consolidating their power and kind of shutting out the other voices and the other perspectives.
And this correlation moment represents kind of the end of progressive theological thinking and debate and disagreement and gray area. Church.
That's really kind of the time when church leaders say, this is really bad for us. If we're so publicly disagreeing with one another, it's undermining the broader faith in our authority. And so church leaders kind of tacitly all agree that they're not going to publicly criticize one another.
All legitimate, the unity, the like of which we've never experienced in my lifetime, unified, working as one boy.
You know, what's surreal is that I didn't know any of this when I was growing up, kind of by design. The church I grew up in, and the one that still exists today, is so deeply standardized around these manuals and procedures and beliefs that came from one source, 15 men at the top, who were able to spread this version of the belief in the history through a huge network of distribution. There were bookstores where you can buy all the approved manuals and teaching. There were stickers and highlighters and book bags and activities. Every Mormon church was identical. The same chairs and floors and layouts and woodworks. It's actually a pretty efficient design. I was in recently for a funeral. And I was like, it's a great design. Every church had these same spreadsheet protectors that as a kid feel like sharp spikes. But yeah, it was the same everywhere. We sang the same songs. We used the same insider lexicon. The same lessons are being taught in every Mormon church around the globe on the same day. Like when you're traveling to a foreign country and you're far away from home in the mountains of Guatemala and you go to a Mormon church and you sit down and hear the same songs and the same lessons, boy, does that make you feel like you are part of a global community. It is a sense of belonging that you can't really get anywhere else. But this is just the beginning. The church made movies, like high quality movies that brought a lot of these approved beliefs to life. The official version of Joseph Smith's story was represented to me so clearly in these high quality films. Joseph, this is my perfect son. The story of the Book of Mormon, the story of the religion, was brought to life with ambitious film production. It's called The Testaments. I watched that probably 500 times. It's finished. I like had most memorized so much. I don't think I was heard. They included them, but more than and then there was a full genre of videos that modeled we, especially as like youth, which should be how we're supposed to apply these approved teachings. They made custom music about the Mormon doctrine that we listened to, and it was
That's the difference. It's not for me as conservatives.
There were original musicals. This one. There were comedy movies about going on missions. There was jewelry to remind us to choose the right. And if that wasn't enough, these centralized messages and values were reinforced in hidden posters. It was just like this. Artists hung these on our walls, put to go every day, reminding us of the importance of cleaning our skin, to dress honestly, to prepare to go to the temple, the physical truth of the gold plates, the aspiration to go on missions, and most plainly of all, the call to just in the case of the religion. This guy's story and his claims. As a teenager, you get this special blessing from a seasoned priesthood holder, a patriarch. He interviews you, and then he puts his hands on your head, and he kind of riffs. The Spirit speaks to him to foresee your future. It tells you about how you will go on to be a faithful member of the church, get married in the temple, go on a mission, serve in the church. For me, he threw in a few vague things that I got excited about. He was like, what this means. But I believed it was like a fortune, like what was going to happen in the future. So then his wife transcribes it, prints it out, you laminate it, and you make multiple copies and you carry it around with you. And you read it often. It's called a patriarchal blessing. And you watch as your life unfolds, and hopefully is as blessed as the patriarchal blessing says it.
Yeah, it got me.
I hadn't thought about that for years until I started doing the story. That felt so normal. It felt so.
Yo, what's up, Leo? How was your day? Do you have a job or something? Is that what you're doing? Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty well, pretty all right. There's a big fat delay, bro. This is August. Yep, just downloading some of my live streams. Wait. What? Wait, what? August? I've just been editing. Same old, same old. Hold on. Let me look up let me look up a fucking calendar. Calendar. No one ever taught me my months. So I have to do this every time I. Oh shit. Damn, August is after July. I did not know that. Nice, nice. I think because last time you said I gotta go make money. Or I have to got to go make money or something. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess he's got a job. Okay, August 8th. Today's Wait, am I tripping? I guess he didn't say that. I don't why did I think he said that? Man, dude, time flies. It's pretty crazy, huh? How fast time goes. I got a fat headache. Hold on, I'll be back. I'm getting water. Oh, video. Yeah, I'm working on a time lapse of the mural. Time lapse of the mural, baby. Still here, slash, don't worry. Wonderful. Yeah, the delay's still bad. Heck yeah! You think it's neat? You think it's neat? I don't think it's updated. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do like this shirt. Billy gave it to me. Yes, sir. I'm in the end game. In the end game of downloading all these fucking videos. Do you have Mormons? Do you guys have Mormons in England? Is being Mormon a thing? Yeah. I've been trying to keep it cleaner. Interesting. Mormonism is very interesting to me. I'm watching a video on how like they were created from this guy. He used to be Mormon, but now he's not. And I guess he's like making a series of videos about it. Pretty cool. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, dude. There was a protest of like I don't know if you I don't know if you know this, but there was like 3 million like a 3 million person protest. Like there's easily over 1 million people, like or not maybe a million people, but there's a shit ton of people. Like I don't know why, I don't know what they're protesting, but I saw it was a huge protest. I think it had something to do with Charlie Kirk, but it was in England. Like England had a bigger reaction to Charlie Kirk dying than America, I think, to be honest. But I don't know if you saw that. Reality is so weird, man. Like what you see on son of a bitch. Bro, hold on. Let me look. Let me show you. I saw on Instagram now or huge protest. I'm trying to get like a helicopter point of view. Oh my, yeah. Oh. Well, whatever. Like it was like a helicopter point of view, and the helicopter just kept on going and going and going, and the street was completely filled, with people. Not maybe 1 million people was over exaggerated, but it's definitely like it had to be hundreds of that. Like it was a shit ton of people. Like I've never seen a bigger protest than that. Fuck me. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I doubt this will help. I doubt this helped because it's lagging on my end. Ah. Oh. Maybe it. Well, thank you for the hair comment. Either way. I really do need a haircut though. I just need someone to like trim. I want. I don't know. I need a visionary to cut my hair. Oh, it's a that is a calendar, and Sarah came over and she just wrote like those two blobs. Damn it. Wait, why can't I do this? These two blobs are hearts, and then she just wrote her name on like all of it. On all the res. It just wrote Sarah, 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 Sarah. But I think I'm gonna like she's writing me like a bunch of like notes and stuff. So I think I might tape them all to the door. Like just have like a bunch of nice notes taped to the door. I think it'd be nice. But I was also gonna paint Steve on the door, so I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough choice. I don't know. I don't know. I think I just like it's getting to the point where like I mean this is definitely like the longest I've had it for a long time. But I think I want to do a little bit longer. Until like it like yeah, it's a tough choice. Very tough choice. I need to get in the gym. I need to get in the gym, bro. I need to get in the gym. I think I'll just get it. I think I'm just gonna have my hair long until it's like, all right, this is too long. Or it's time when it's time to get a haircut and when it's time to get a haircut. Pretty much when it's time to get a haircut is right before the van blows up. I'll get a haircut then. But it'll be like in a new style. It'll be like I want to look like Bruce Wayne. That's my inspiration. Bruce Wayne's hair. Okay. The one where you see all the I forgot there is. This guy. That guy. Also this guy. His hair. That's what we're looking for. So I'm literally gonna go. I'm gonna go to a fucking. I'm gonna go to a stylist or wherever the hell and be like, give me this. And they'd be like, yes, ma'am. No. But last night I did. Last night I got I like can't. I don't know, my body like wakes me up if I actually no it doesn't. My body doesn't do that. But I went to sleep at like 2 last night and I woke up at 5. Around when you like around when you logged in, I was up like kind of early, but I literally just woke up. I was just like, "Oh, I'm up." No, he's been getting yeah, I haven't either. Maybe let's take a look. Wait, where's his channel? It looks like he's just been. Oh, I guess obviously he's been doing the same thing. Let's see. He's just been doing it. I don't know. I thought he would have a guest. Does he have guests? He doesn't even talk. He looks so tired. He looks so tired. In this one, he doesn't even talk. Oh my god. He's not even talking. Let's say pound me. Wait. Oh, wait. I have to make sure I'm not replying.
First glance, it looks like the bolts. That liquid is actually a special protective wax applied while it's hot. The bolt is dipped and pulled out. The wax coats every tiny the threads. I go to all this trouble to protect precision and prevent scratches during transport or storage. Seals out air and moisture to stop rust. In some cases, thread protectors are also used for safety. The key point is finally time to use the part. You can twist it by hand, give it a light spray, wax comes right. Till then, it's like temporary.
keeping the brakes perfectly intact. First glance, it looks like a bulb. At first glance, it looks like the bulb was simply painted red. It is
Like for the past week, he has. He might just be doing another experiment. All right, so that's cool.
So I think it's lemons. First of all, it's relatively scarce, which only works if you stop control the supply. But the plus accessory limited edition lemon bracelets, skiffle diamonds called lemon drops, max, and the won't charge 40% for organic lemons, 50% for conflict-free agency and for the average. Again, as you suck a lemon, 6 to 8 you're right. Lemons are just a little.
Yeah, I saw that. It's funny. Yeah, I know. He's really close. He's super close. Life gives you lemons.
October 23rd, 2018, thousands of football fans believe their rating. Segment the game, fans began to chant and sing. At the center of the rain, like 50 people were waiting for the air. Seconds, crowds, everything seemed behind the previous leader. Wait, these steps. Mine is slowly descending. The stairs begin to rise. I set up to the end. Safety relay.
Hold on.
Main brake clamped down on the middle drum to stop the descent stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning into the stairs and continuing to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and perfectly block action. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all 3 safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. These weren't circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed. The stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pile. Bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. The pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible, and experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The
ride people experienced on the escalator was one of the most terrifying rides in their lives. Maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used? You want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slope conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the old Iron Pier on Coney Island.
The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation.
But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tight. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves.
See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our angles can flex.
If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to.
One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Fuck, I gotta lock in. Okay, good luck, Leo. Yes, nice chatting as well. Ta-ta. Yes, it's me, Griffin the Griffin. It is I. It is I. How are you, Khalil? How was your week at school?
Of a chain that went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you reached the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't help. You just picked up with the jagged mess for longer. So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear? Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop. But how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you two options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel? Or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
Ferris wheel, Ferris wheel.
I think that they turn it upside down. Actually, right side up.
Oh, wow, yes. The solution to this problem came from another inventor named George Wheeler. His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain, which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing it to control the angle of each step. The two tracks overlap, like the steps. The two tracks separate. This is what allows us to keep steps locked. Tracks that are made separated or random steps flip upside down. Journey. Start the tracks read right. Access beats. Answer it. And I got stays. You're right. Yeah. It's nice. This latest about and it was so bored to show the it wasn't until 8 years later that Seeberger bought his patents and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built Motor. A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. One of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction of the exhibition. He wrote, the escalator caused many incidents worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and producing their lives to despair. The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes better. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world. But these escalators weren't perfect. They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, the stairs would disappear enough to leaving a dangerous gap between them.
shoelaces, and especially the long skirts of fashion at the time. You got caught like a machinery. One incident even saw a 3-year-old girl getting put again. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seaburger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot on solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day. But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt. Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a cone plate at the top of the escalator. So now, with a small item approaches the end, the cone plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck. Perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off the floors. But the cone plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can change objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around you. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on this attraction would need something to hold on to, so he introduced a handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn the friction wheel that drives the handrail. The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller. As its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, the new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps.
Hello. Editing. Oh, I'm getting a call. Griffin Lewis. All right, let's see. Yo. Editing right now. Bro, dude, I'm scheming too. I've been stuck like playing catch up. Okay, so. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, someone told me to get on that. But yeah, let's continue. You think I should just move? Yeah. Well, I can do multiple. Honestly. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I just need a new computer because right now the one I got right now it's fucked. It's like it can't even I can't. Yeah, I'll do it, bro. Yeah. So the only thing that this is the last thing is I'm making a time lapse of my mural. Like I filmed it all. So I'm literally going and like making this huge time lapse, and then after I finish that, then I can finally fucking start grinding. And like clipping. So I found out a way to fucking dude. I'm gonna call you over, and one of the pledges is apparently like he's like I mean he knows how to edit. So and I'm literally gonna run you guys down like this fucking whole fucking plan that I like. It's good, but the pump fun shit. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. But I'm down. But I think I should definitely do that before it gets like mainstream. Because
right now, like 2 days ago, gaming method has gone crazy. The kid called create a game called Backward, and after like 10 hours streaming, they were on the private jet to go to Vegas. Straight from the Dodgers field, these two kids going to Buffalo Bradley Martin, like paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to get lecture fees. I'm not saying you're gonna make like thousands of days, but you can definitely make day more than the amount of money you have.
Okay. All right. I'm getting a new computer today. Fuck that. It just the one I have right now is 10 years old, man.
Yeah, I might think that would work as well for it. For like got everything you need, you know.
All right, let's fucking do that, man.
Yeah. Pretty fucking busy day today, but
Perfect. That's good.
you got this next week, you get that going. Like maybe even Monday we can start.
Yeah, let's do Monday. I'll get new computers tomorrow. Yeah, let's do it, bro. Let's fucking do it. Bro, that's how we finish off. Bro, let's fucking go. That's how we finish off the year. And then, because now I can start focusing on like the stream. Like, bro, do you think I can blow up shit on there?
Yes.
Like. Okay. Oh, sick. Okay, nice.
Yeah, it could be as great as to get, but I don't know, bro. You know how like you know how many goofballs about a dad you talk to you like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can fix it him. You know what I'm saying? Like goof token, you just go through the live stream to go to like public, you know what I'm saying? They with you though, it's like you're just straight for their your stream. I've been doing open.
Well, dude, I've been fucking I'm in the middle of rebranding and everything, so it's like that's why I'm trying to finish this time lapse because I'm like that's like how I was gonna like I had this. No, I'm changing my name by the way. It's gonna be like but it'd probably be long. It'd probably be Llama Coin. It'd have to be Llama Coin because I love Llama. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll think on it.
Yeah. No.
It's not a bad idea at all. But you gotta think about it. You have to be something that you can buy on you know.
Yeah. No, I get it. But no, let's do that then. Because someone told me to do that, I was like, no. I was like, dude. But if you're saying it, like, and he said the same thing. He's like, bro, you can make so much money. It was just a viewer, bro. It wasn't nobody. It was like a.
I can just straight plaster food out and get people to fucking buy that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even matter about it. You don't care about, like, you get paid off when people train at some you don't even care about
So it's not even. I can't even like scam them.
You do it, but they're way more money.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, that's the thing is like I.
Trainer, so it doesn't make sense to like scamming. You're gonna be using that tree for the next 5 months or whatever, you know?
Yeah. All right. Bet. Well, I don't even know if I'm good at bro. If I make good money, I may not stop. I may just.
Yeah.
Like, dude, if it gets like that and I'm making like bank, bro, dude, fuck no, I'm not gonna stop. I'll go for a damn decade, bro. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, because they're making money, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We should definitely get on it. That's what it. Life group. Wow, that's actually. Wow, dude, life coin. Dude. Lifecoin, bro. Lifecoin. Oh, dude, that's it, bro. Dude. I got, dude. I have videos I haven't posted. I'm literally editing. Everything has been like leading up to like these next, these next few weeks is pretty much what everything has been leading up to. It's just like, so, yeah, dude. Let's fucking get that shit going, bro. I mean, dude, I need. All right, bro. You just gave me a burst of energy, bro. Let's fucking do this. On my life, bro. This is it. This is it. All right. Lifecoin. That's it, bro. It has to be Lifecoin. All right, see you, bro. Let's go, baby. Lifecoin.
As you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps.
Because I have definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
That you know that 5 and
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I have to party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friend and I can see it moving, I'd be like, "Hey, that's pretty real." I guess that's like I can tell them and impress them.
But it's not just the handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotation speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As moving forward, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. Modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce electric current. This is regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators are just moving people. They're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators. This regenerative braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but importantly, it makes them cleaner and safe. But there is a point where if you wait, then eventually the force becomes so strong that stairs which is exactly after a nearly 2-year-long investigation, investigators 86 feet. Scientists missed the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans rounded up the escalator, their combined weight increased the weight. The motor tried to resist this change, but this eventually tipping started accelerating control. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered 2 things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was quicked, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged. 2 massive motors clamped down on the cone to place the invert to the ground. This brake
should have had enough stopping power to bring the loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification. The weakened brake is struggling to slow the spinning motor, the escalators down, no acceleration will continue. This is when the last line of defense can be. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake trigger driving steel wedges into a disc of traction. When investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been the same. Someone had basically tied plastic straps around one of the two brake breakers and rendered it useless. But the system unable to engage and stop the power was up by 50%, just enough for the pain of all those passengers to hold the power. The last of the investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically reported with error logs. But what they did is check they found now the error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions that occur without needing trace. The only way this would happen was if they had been disabled on them, meaning some of us would reprogram the systems to stop break fall. Next, investigators turned to maintenance records. But they found these clearly, and it's a major the escalators found at all. The main safety systems compromised and critical alarms turned off. The escalator had been routine triangle. More findings from the technical investigation pointed to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping machines safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question. Was responsible. The trailing evidence that back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for escalators shifted to the new monitoring Metro Road, the Transit Authority agent top speed test money go. Watched it. Okay. You're James. You're gay. PK.
I just had to make sure these animals blush. Not you, Fastidious Queen.
You must be Nick. Friends call me Gay Nick.
Nick.
Garage. I got a honey garage. Garage. I got a honey garage.
Maybe even using cappuccino. It's not good. Maybe.
Bro has infinite aura.
Do you see this because I'm right? Yeah. Take it.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone. I have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea. And I will tell you this as plainly as possible. I don't want to live around black people. I just don't. It would be irritating. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna go on Tinder. Is that what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on Tinder. I'm gonna go on TikTok. I'm gonna go on TikTok for Tinder. What am I gonna put North Carolina?
It's I found out who Charlie Kirk is. Dude, I had no idea. I'm really like detached from politics. When my coworker yesterday was like, "Oh my God, Charlie Kirk got assassinated," I was like, "The F1 driver? What did Lewis Hamilton not do?" Yeah, I was thinking of Charles Leclerc. You know, for 3,500 years, if you took over.
Sent fleas to Israel. While he negotiates his deal with some of the shit why he was allowed to keep his passport in his team is undergoing negotiation with the federal government. Can you explain how that is? That is not. So that is extreme if you have money like that. Yeah, there's flavors. We do know that he was found with false passports that were inside of his house. I'm going to send her a son. I'm on this bank. Okay. Congratulations. Why is it that a lot of the times people with uteruses have to carry all the responsibility that comes with getting pregnant?
Women.
I always like to joke I had a boss who never showed up to work.
So maybe that's who you like fighting.
He didn't. He fired me. Darling, you think I'm going to send her a sign. I'm on this bank. Okay. Congratulations. Why is it that a lot of the times people with uteruses have to carry all the responsibility that comes with getting pregnant?
Women.
I always like to joke I had a boss who never showed up to work.
So maybe that's who you like fighting.
He didn't. He fired me. You're being what? You have You seem so sweet. Does anyone love you in your life? Given that you are anti-immigration, anti-illegal immigration, okay, well, right, you never eat the best and let's eat on almost. That makes sense. If you're 1,000 minutes right now, you could think U.S. citizen that was deported. So that's yeah, a U.S. citizen that was deported or not. Can anyone tell me 1,000 pounds of right now? Yeah, they not a U.S. citizen, citizen El Salvador, anybody else? U.S. citizen deported under Trump. No, that was a lie. You should know better. Told me on national TV that my company would fail in less than 90 days, but I'm still here. 5 later, sales day Friday for $60,000. people reached out to me and they told me, you have responsibility. They said, we're afraid right now. They said, you need to lead people away from violence. I agree with them. Where was that mentality when someone showed up at my house with a gun and failed? Those people were not reaching out then. Where was that mentality throughout all of the persecutions, all the suffering? This is speaking from a place of for saying that they're afraid, the right is going to punch back 1,000 times as hard. And we can't. And I fear that some might, and I hope to God that they don't. In some sense, they're right to be afraid. We should all be afraid. It's something we cannot control. Here's what I will say to those people. And Charlie Kirk, for years, pushed a peaceful resolution. We invited the left to debate, negotiate. We slayed. When Obama told us we gotta win elections, we tried that. And look at what they did. They shot it in the fucking head. We tried to do it your way. We tried to debate, to go to the polls, the voting booth. People ran from office. And what did they encounter? Intimidation, menacing, slander, lies, assassination attempts, and successes. Now the left says we need to bring down the temperature. Here's what I would say to the left. The left now has an obligation. You can turn down the temperature. The left in America now. East Israel. This is why nobody trusts me. The number of a conservative guy who laughed when a young man is like 10 points more conservative than your average 75-year-old white voter. There's many reasons for this. And by the way, some people get offended. Some people say, no, that's not true. You guys should be rejoicing the fact that the next generation is even more conservative than the older generation. So don't get too defensive. But let's talk about why this is. And I'm going to go into some of this. The why is critical. These young people here in front of you are one of the most abused generations, if not the most abused generation in history. We masked them unnecessarily, told them to get an experimental mRNA shot that they did not need. We canceled prom and graduation, locked them into their homes away from all of their peers. We printed trillions of dollars we did not need and flooded the housing market with it, nearly doubling housing prices. We told them to go into debt to study things that don't matter, find jobs that don't exist, till we fled them further into our cities, filled with homelessness, all to say, hey, it's okay that you will not own anything. You will rent for the rest of your life and you will be happy putting substances, staying drunk, ordering DoorDash, and keep on voting for the Democrat Party because that's all there is in life. And don't get married, just become some sort of corporate hack for a faceless company. Don't have kids, but get a bunch of cats. I'm a Democrat. I approve this message. I promise you guys. I promise you guys. And I got to kill you, but I'm here too with this. I've been reckless. Very reckless with the shit that I do. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even execute. I just go out there, don't know whether it's doing street debates or whatever. A lot of you guys stay down, need security, need security, bro. 10 years security. You guys all start taking my steps. You guys have to look at this.
So clearly they got the list. And when guys, cares? Like they obviously the whole time leading up to it, we're like, Dad, we're gonna get that fucking list. And then one day they're like, what are we even talking about? Say hello to here.
Welcome to our class, I'm here.
Thank you.
Why don't you take a seat and I'll take you down for now? Okay. Eric, what the hell is wrong with you?
What's wrong?
Because he's been shooting for girls.
Eric says he doesn't. All Muslim people are terrorists.
No, most of them are. And all it takes is most of them. Say hello to.
Didn't survive an assassination attempt. He survived a publicity stunt, and I can prove it. He said a bullet went through his ear. Let's be clear, a 5.56 NATO round fired from 130 yards away travels at 3,000 feet per second. That would shred flesh, fracture bone, and leave a crater. But there's no hole, no swelling, no bandage. Can I give you? Trump didn't survive. Gamers expect near pinpoint accuracy from 300 yards away. He had elevation, line of sight, and time. And yet only one fatality, one ear graze, and no Secret Service reaction for 5 full seconds. This wasn't a failed assassination. This was a successful setup. Trump didn't duck. He didn't run. Instead, he faced the camera, raised his fist, and yelled fight like he was on WrestleMania. That's with instinct. He needed a reset, and this gave him the hero arc that he couldn't earn on his own record. Big attempts like this one. Not anything new. In 1933, Hitler staged the Reichstag fire, blamed communists, and used it to seize emergency powers. It worked. In 1999, Putin staged apartment bombings to justify the war in Chechnya, and his approval ratings doubled overnight. Authoritarians manufactured.
Can I give you a side name? That's a huge thing because that's in the different communities. So when you copy me right now, you can copy my signs. You see the C and then K, right? So C, K, right there. C, K. It's about your distinctive facial features. That's what you C, K, C, K. Everybody, copy. C, K. There we go. Yay! Thank you. Can I give you a side name? That's a huge thing because that's in the deaf community. So when you copy me right now, you can copy my signs. You see the C and then K, right? So C, K, right there. C, K. It's about.
Is it possible to reuse the same book for 7 days in a row? You have no one knows. One of the things Steve taught me and Mark Zuckerberg did was 70% of the first week. Right, that's exactly. If we get angry, it's talk about the facts that you can build with the steel. Yeah, the closest to the mistake to purchasing the steel. Yeah, you. And they want that you spend the rest of your life. I was there for 10 years. Did you do anything that led to your divorce? Absolutely. Okay, so what's all focus? No, that's what I'm saying. No, but here's the thing: 70% of the divorce are initiated. Yes, I reject the premise. Yes, women might initiate the divorce proceeding, but we are the one as men that ignore the subterranean threat of fire that is wrong. It's actually taking the family back to church that can seek counseling if necessary. And it's not good enough just to say like, hey, oh, it's women that initiated. It's men. Don't act. I think confidently it's something in most cases to actually make sure that marriage is a safe haven to have children and fully protected kids. Mr. Producer, Right? Afraid I'm gonna have to be blunt. Yeah. Killing Osama bin Laden was a mistake, but you don't take Philippines for trying to murder Trump. Or yes, I do. Yes, I do. Why are you calling for military action against your government now? Because they're not very effective in terms of hitmen. In the old days, me and my buddies, we played Fortnite, we played with band bombshell, we showed the truck because it was, anti-fascist. His family said in a police interview that referred to Trump as a individual just days before the shooting. But if you're still confused, his high school classmate just came out and stated explicitly, yes, he was a leftist, and yes, he constantly argued with his family about it. Yet you still have leftists all over the internet saying, we don't know if he was leftist or not. Wait. Some are just outright saying he was Republican. They're so desperate they even made up a fake voter registration while claiming he was Republican, which has since been debunked by NBC News even. And other large accounts are posting fake pictures of him with a Trump shirt. For context, here's the original. How shameless are these scumbags? Yesterday they were celebrating the shooter. Today they're claiming he was a Republican. Violent, but also violence is good. Ridiculous. Which member of the government is a descendant of Mary Shipman, one of the conspirators in the Lincoln assassination? Wait, which member? Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah. I can't understand a word he said. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. No, I'm here to save the unborn. I'll take it out of the vagina, they go. Oh, what if the woman is raped? She should have done that before she asked me for the records. Huh? What's it says? Somebody saying touch eyes doesn't deserve to exist? Okay, this argument doesn't work. Peter, what if carrying the baby to term would endanger the mother's life? I don't know what 7 of those words were.
What if you look at the ultrasound and see that the baby is going to be born with no arms and no legs?
You name it, man.
If you're someone online, let me ask you this.
The Democrat. Yeah, I gotta take it.
Great job.
Congratulations. Absolute Charlie.
So I have to let one of you go. Tyler,
You're funny.
what? Fire, Tyler, fire me too.
Smart, sure. The structure from Sir Ford.
Yes, I have to let one of you go. Tyler,
You're funny.
what? You fire, Tyler, fire me too. Sometimes I wish you could talk. Do not use other.
We need to break our children, especially in school. Watch this. Yes, you can. Very special. last year. He said, so it's and like so that to so yes, it's like now entire basically and yeah, it's also to tennis yes, and that's what I've also had. I'm sorry. And if you read anything about the Israeli law, anything about Jews, legal status, they say they're leaving non-Jews, literally considering they don't have souls, they don't have the ability. Hitler was a fantastic, we didn't even know. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think you'll have to use. We have long-term implementation. Speak it up, the back to back, and the identity, crime, arson, hacking, money laundering. So very. There's gonna be a master debater. It's me. Let's go. Who wants to debate the master debater? Let's go. You right there. That's the stupidest haircut I've ever seen. You and that. So you got 3 seconds. Tell me if that's what that's for your generation to remove it. So you can shut it, baby. You can take it back. The stupidest haircut I've ever seen. This whole. I think it's hilarious because actually the whole thing is like so the campus thing I've been doing for 13 years to debate random college kids has now been so important that it is a prominent prime time placement. I think it's just awesome and hilarious. It's your buddy. There's a reason why the dress for the band is the same at a wedding. Because saying goodbye to your previous woman is like simple and like descendants. The man is usually a black. He's tapping his death. Because it is his death. But they come. It's the death of the natural myself. It's the death of the scooting. It's the death of the bringing on. It's the behavior. It's the so that's what you so go to it. You think that you're here. So, thank you. I think you can like God as much as you believe in the person who cultivates. You truly love God, which is a the person who believes. In other words, the test of Christianity